All right, we're live. Welcome, one and all, to Anima. It's the anniversary series. We're back together. Got the group together again. Have another session. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have our audio be checked on our various platforms if people would be so kind.
I can hear you on Twitch.
Yep.
But can you hear all of us, Suzanne?
That's true.
Yep, heard the rest of you.
Okay.
Also, your mic might be using your webcam mic.
For whom are you talking?
Vale.
And I guess I'll check. I can't check anything. That's the part that sucks about.
Give me a
I
second.
mean, I
I'll
can
jump
hear
on
it on
Facebook. Okay.
Any difference? Any changes?
There it is.
Yep,
Much better.
you're good.
We can always do the Luwoot check.
No, please.
Are you sure you don't want the Blackmore
I'm
check? I
very-
can do it.
I
know that I do.
We should not do that.
I think the Finwith energy and Luwoot energy can exist in the same space. I think that he would be both horrified and delighted, much like you are. Okay, a bit more horrified than delighted.
It's a dangerous combination.
What should I say, Mr. Bard?
Small side note from that conversation: audio on Facebook is good.
Oh yeah.
No side note for that conversation, but the audio on Facebook is good. Thanks, Suzanne.
Wonderful.
The most cursed D&D magic item ever of all time.
And of course, Eric would get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was solely made to punish Alex.
It's very fun to play a character with a magic item that out of game, I don't like Ubu speak. I don't like it. But Eric likes having an adoring fan and best friend in his head, like at all times. So he's into it.
I think it makes it slightly easier that Bep hates Blackmore the most.
Yes.
And like if somebody else is made miserable by like a joke, it's easier for you to enjoy it.
I enjoy it more because of that. Though, still, my point still stands. I hate Ubu speak. I always have.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Your D&D like life partner now, because you're never getting rid of that cursed ass item, exclusively talks like that.
Exactly.
I can guarantee of all of the unearthed secrets in the games, you will never find out that the Luwoot is putting on that effect. It just speaks like that.
Yeah.
Whether that was an intended design, perk, flaw, who knows? No one will ever. You can get that answer, but you'll never get a normal word out of that fucking thing.
True.
Except for the climax. And then you're just gonna be one line normal speak, and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna shake you to your very core.
I would never betray the Luwoot like that.
Anyway, welcome one and all. It's been a minute. We're back. We're now multi-streaming. This is the first Anima multi-stream on both Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, so you can watch us on your platform of choice. Also, it's been confirmed that the donation link on Twitch and the donation link in the description of both YouTube and Facebook does work, so you can put your donations there, and we will receive it, and we'll receive a better cut than Twitch ever gave me for it. So you don't get anything, though. You just get us and maybe help us out a little financially for now. We're looking to add some stuff maybe in the future, but for the time being anyway, we just got a lot of catching up to do in a lot of different areas. One of which, if you've noticed by the stark silence, no music, because Google has put the ban hammer on both groovy and rhythm at this point. And I have not had the time to sit down and download a bunch of music and get a bot that plays music locally from my computer. So that's on the list. But this last weekend I was at a bachelor's party 3 hours away, and I fucking hate driving.
That's what you get for being a social butterfly.
Yes and no. It's family, so somewhat obligatory, but I did have fun.
At least there are music bots, like, still, but you have to find, like, really small ones.
Yeah, it's what, like the 50 and over servers?
Yeah.
That are gonna get hit.
Oh, actually, I just realized this, because it's been a good chunk since we've done this. There's another cat in our house.
Oh, yeah.
There they are.
Aw,
That
smileys.
That is Casper. They're about the same age as Ripley, and they've been playing together. So you might see a slight tussle behind me, but it's all in good fun for both of them. Ripley likes... there they are. Yep. It's only been like a month, so they're still, kind of getting used to each other, but they're chasing each other around. And
So who broke?
what do you mean?
Who in the household broke that there's a second cat?
So this was actually one of my roommates. She had her cat back home, and she just wanted to bring them here so he could have like a better household. And so we got a thing for our lease because that cat is an emotional support animal, like documented and registered. And for our lease, we were only allowed one cat, but that's an exception. And now Casper is in a much better environment.
And Ripley has entertainment, so she's not alone.
Thank fuck, yes. She's finally has something else to do than just like harass me.
I know that pain all too well. I'm just sitting
This is
here
what
and I
y'all
just
get for
hear
getting young
trilling behind
cats.
me
Exactly.
just over and over.
As you can see, my old man is just a lazy ass on my bed.
There are some days where I regret not taking that advice you gave me, Vale, and
All
getting it.
cats need homes.
I agree. I wanted like a kitten. It's just like, well, I was looking and I saw Ripley and I was like, that's exactly what I want in a cat. It's a kitten though, and I did it. I should have gotten an older cat, but I got Ripley out of it, so I'm not upset about it.
All
Ripley
cats are good. So
yeah,
it was going to end up fine no matter what
no
happened.
matter what. But Ripley is my type of cat. The cat that just acts like a dog. It's just wants affection all the time.
Celeste is not that kind of cat.
Yeah.
Celeste demands playing and only petting, but when you're in bed. Nowhere else.
You getting me out?
That's a lie.
Thank you.
If both the masters are out of the house, she harasses the shit out of me to get pet. Fucking climbs my chest and rubs her face on my face. It's just like,
Oh.
all right.
She's never done that to Suzanne or I. Not once.
It's only when they're both gone too. Happens
really
every
funny.
single time.
It's probably because your beard is just scratchier.
My cat.
Cats do like facial hair.
Yes, they do.
As is proven by the one video of the woman who had to wear a fake beard to get her cat to love her.
Yeah. And it's become an annoying little routine for Ripley because I have to wake up early for work. And so at 6 a.m., she will come up to me, put her face in my face, and just put her head on my beard and just wake me up. She just keeps like sniffing my face. Like, she's like, why aren't you awake yet? At 6 a.m. when I don't have to wake up.
No, it's food time. It's attention. Me time.
It's attention. She wants attention. She free feeds. There's no reason she should wake me up. But it's every morning at 6 a.m. she does it.
I'll give Acer one thing. Out of what few shitty behaviors he has, my man has never woken me up. Not even once.
That's great.
He did try to kill me once, but that was more because it was really cold and he decided right here was the warmest he was going to get. He's kind of chunky, and my neck is about 2 toothpicks. So, you got it? Okay. Cat updates aside, though, I think that's mostly everything.
Yeah. Yes. Hopefully, you can join us for our final episode of a new slate this coming Wednesday, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. All your favorite platforms, where we will hopefully get done, or at least get really close. That is the dream. But yeah, beyond that, if you don't know already, and if you're not on YouTube, you can check us out over at the YouTube channel. We have some videos that have been going up weekly now. I've been a good noodle. There's not a thumbnail for the most recent video. I gotta actually do that when I get the time. I just not had the time. I was able to get the video out before I left, and that was about all I had time for, while still getting enough sleep to drive safely for 3 hours. But yes, back to Anima, our lovely system here. Yeah, stuff happened like a month ago, I'm pretty sure.
It was a whole bunch of awkward family situations with Alexei, his terrifying mother,
Who I'm pretty sure wants to kill him.
his brothers who got absolutely destroyed, his other brother who was not there to watch them get destroyed, sadly. And now we're not able to use our usual hop in the ship and travel a single day, what takes a month and a half. And instead just kind of had to go trek up the mountain by foot, hoof it the old way. Only downside, we did have the new moon come around, which meant, Sebastian got possessed by a demon lord who looked at us, went, ha! And then portaled out. Showed back up in the morning, though, so he's fine adjacent. He was super poisoned and entirely paralyzed, but it's fine. He got better. And then we continued our trek up the mountains and found this big-ass, fort city. And we're like, okay, cool. Bunch of Vikings. Gonna go talk to them about dragons, now that Alexei doesn't look like a shame to his family and entire region. That's pretty much it. Oh, also, Fenwith took and us on a nice old flying trip. Had a great time.
No heart attacks whatsoever as we plummeted down.
No heart attacks on his behalf, and nobody has any trauma from the burrito Sebastian event.
Just, when you're psychic, you don't need to move. So if you're paralyzed, it doesn't really do much. Still gotta travel, even if I can't physically move,
The great worm of the mountains stories will go on about
some hunter saw it and was like,
a worm with a man's face.
I hope a new cryptid is made because some random hunter saw Sebastian.
It's great. Yeah. I also apologize. I have the names for all the Frostcollier because, I did take notes. But I don't remember most of what I told you about their special features. All I know is that Ray Gjevik is an asshole. And
what else was there to take away from that?
Tora was a badass, and that was about it. And maybe Tor Kidlesvik was a veteran, old Frostcollier. One of them was. I honestly don't remember. I normally don't have to wait a month between sessions to rehash my information, but
Take notes or rewatch.
yeah.
DM shaming time.
Unfortunately, I didn't have time. I haven't had time for anything else.
Listen to your own streams in the car while driving.
I actually probably... Well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I would have, but I couldn't listen to anything because I forgot to bring my charger with me. So the phone was used only when necessary. I was in a rush. I did say I haven't had time Not for producing videos and going to go see family. But it's okay. The best part is I have all the hard pronounced names written down right here, so we're good on that front. But yes, you have all arrived at Hidlthim, which is, if you remember it all, it's a unique, large walled city that is kind of built around the mountain, and so various sections of the city are on different levels. And so you have to take steps up to individual sections here. And there's a name for the castle. 1 second.
Oh yeah, we had a history roll.
You did have a history roll that did find the information out. One second. This is the crippling flaw of my DMing style. I'm really good, but I have to be on a roll. I'm not great when you have too much time between sessions. I forget a lot. My brain is not designed for remembering things over long periods of time.
All you gotta do is make up new things. Just make things up, and if someone asks you, wait a minute, that's not the lore you said previously, just tell them to stop asking questions.
Yeah, I have video evidence now, so it's a lot harder
I mean,
to get away with it.
evidence aside, you just say like, stop asking questions.
Stop asking.
Just be like every fictional universe I like.
Oh yeah, this will probably jog a lot of y'all's memory. You guys went through the Gargoyle Square, where you saw the 13 imposing black metal beasts on surrounding buildings. That was one.
I wonder if I can turn into that. I wonder if I can turn into that. I wonder if I can turn into that. I wonder if I can turn into that.
Just take notes on all these monsters to find them later.
These look horrific. I have no idea what they are. I want to be all of them, but only like a little.
But, yes. So you head into Castle Ragnhildur. Which, did I actually write that out for you guys? Is that on your notes? Do I need to add that?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Nope.
There it is. So you guys descend. Castle Ragnhildur is a very unique structure, as it's built straight into the mountainside, as if the castle itself was made from the very stone of the earth. There's a series of tunnels that kind of lead deep into the mountains, and each of them are kind of crested with a ornate gate that kind of shows you that you're at least entering into some kind of official building. And once you kind of descend in through these natural earthen tunnels, you eventually come to a set of large steel doors that have depictions of what appear to be dragons and Vikings. It kind of interlocked in Mortal Kombat. Upon arrival, there's a set of guards that are kind of watching, and your approach is why is everyone laughing? What's going on?
You said Mortal Kombat, and I smiled.
Yeah, and I
Because I immediately heard the theme song.
and started smiling at him, and he knew I caught him.
Because I started thinking of just the Mortal Kombat theme.
He immediately jumped into the theme. There was no hesitation. Continue.
Okay, I thought I said something dumb, but no,
No,
it's just
No,
Alex.
it's just Alex.
It's me.
Oh, I wasn't even gonna
God.
publicly shame you this time.
Who needs the help when he does it himself?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
But anyway, your approach is far forewarned as these tunnels echo with every footstep you make, and the guards are ready for your approach, and they stand there stalwartly, probably with the intent of like receiving you in some form or fashion, and they await your announcement or declaration of entry.
Just looks to Alexi.
Oh god, they've been waiting for us to draw a sword. I'm just kidding.
It's a trap.
Murder hobo.
Oh man, it's been a month since I've done the Alexi voice. Let's see how this goes.
You knew it was coming.
I don't plan that far ahead.
We're a very short-lived group of people. Like, not physically, but mentally.
I don't think more than like a few days ahead. Like,
I got a week, maybe 2 tops. After that, it's just pure, just feral instincts.
How much ADHD can you fit in one table? At least 4.
True. It's true.
Alright.
Remember, Russian, not Spanish.
How fucking dare you? You know what? I'm done.
about to do a Spanish accent.
No, he was making fun of a character I played at one point where I was trying to do a Spanish accent and it came out Russian.
No, it was the opposite, I believe.
No, I was trying to do Ricardo Montalban and it came out Russian. Didn't go well. Anyway. Rude. Alright. Lexi will kind of march up to the guards and go, I am Alexi Frey, and I'm here with the call to the Frostcollier.
The 2 guards look between each other, and they kind of look you up and down. And they both nod, and without even saying much of anything, they pick up their halberds that they're holding, and they slam them into the ground, which makes a very loud, like, clinking sound. And they do this several times. There's a ring of metal kind of echoing around the chambers around you at an almost uncomfortable decibel. And after a few moments, the large doors begin to slowly creak open.
Glad I wasn't in that owl shape.
And before you lies the interior of a castle that just seems out of place in what was before a very natural earthen tunnel. Inside there is a checkered pattern stone floor. Lots of gray stone kind of structures, walls, columns, all that kind of stuff. Not a whole bunch of color. It's just, it's got the feeling of entering into a tomb. And as you kind of enter in, you see it kind of opens up, and there's like a main hallway that kind of goes in the front, but to your left and to your right are kind of these large open spaces. The one to your right is a bunch of long tables set out before a large burning fire in a fireplace, with a variety of torches and such. It looks to be like a feasting hall of some kind.
I'm not saying that caves are like a bad idea, but caves are a really bad idea. Why are you guys in here?
I am not sure. I don't particularly live here. I live over in Anar.
He just kind of grumbles to himself.
The large room to your left seems to be some kind of either like a communal space or open space. It doesn't seem to be currently being used, but you do see on one of the walls just a line of trophies of a variety of dangerous looking beasts kind of mounted on the wall. And before you is just kind of this long stone hallway with torches intermittently put out throughout. And as you kind of go down this main hallway, you see a bunch of like portraits of prior kings of Helistine in their families, or sometimes just the king. It's kind of a mix. Whichever the current ruler thought was most appropriate. You come to another set of, like, this time dark oak wood carved doors that open up before you. And you can see that on either side of these double doors, a guard has opened it up, and there is a large throne room-like setting before you. A bunch of supporting beams around you, a large throne-like chair. And sitting in that chair is a particularly older-looking Hoffman, chieftain. I guess king in this situation. There's large brown pelts that kind of line the seat, and he's kind of set up several levels up from the base floor, and he looks rather old, I guess by Hoffman standards. He looks to be about his late 40s to 50s. But he still has a kind of reddish brown long beard and curly hair, and he has adornments and like a crown depicting a king. And he kind of looks down at you all with a grizzled look. And he kind of studies you all for a long time before he kind of speaks up. And he says, I heard that someone had been coming in. A warrior from the Froscolier. I've not heard of you. Speak your accolades. Show to me that you deserve a presence amongst us here.
And I'm assuming he's speaking northern dialect, or is he speaking a language all of us can understand?
He's speaking a very rough Latin, but his accent is somewhat close to Alexi's.
And does he seem to just be speaking to Alexei?
I mean, it seems to imply that he's referring to the Frost Collier, who's supposed to be here.
Figured. I'm just making sure.
That's fair.
And what's proving would be very easy. Prove you're worthy to be here shifts into 20-foot tall bear.
Oh, I got that. I can be everybody's hall pass. It turns into 20-foot tall bear man. Wait, is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Fair. All right.
I guess since you're from the region, Alexi, you would know a little bit better. To speak of one's accomplishments is a test of sorts. For one must not overly glorify themselves and gloat in the face of the king. But one should not lie and downplay their achievements at all either. Humbleness is not the sign of a great warrior, nor is braggishness. It's more of a how well you can illustrate and tell your own story while keeping it real, but playing up your strengths at the same time. If the king thinks you're lying about anything, it will be shameful. And if he thinks you're bragging about anything, making it more than it is, it will be shameful. And if you try to be too humble, it means that you think higher of yourself than you should.
Fun.
I can't wait for whatever role that is on the top.
All right. Well, let's look over Alexi's accomplishments.
Finwood's about to be disappointed because normally it's like, all right, tell me what you've done. All right, you better buckle the fuck in. This is going to be sad. We've done so much cooler stuff than that. Yeah, he's going to believe that we went to the Gehenna Forest, went into, like, the Wake, then went into a Demon Lord's personal hell, and fucked his ass up. And then took his heart and shoved it in him. And now he gets possessed by him every now and then. Like,
Might want to downplay the possession part. Sebastian might get murked for that alone.
I'd like to see them try.
Now, I know you're not much of a poet, nor necessarily the most, like, how to put it?
wow, Cameron's saying you suck.
No.
I'm kidding.
It's more like, it's kind of like a riddle in and of itself. Like, how does one speak in a very clear but, like, embellishing way that's not too much?
What, is there a role that he can do to help, like,
Yes.
soothe things over? Okay.
That's I'm essentially gonna say, like, if you just give me the basics, you can just make a persuasion, style, or is there a performance? No, I don't think there is.
No, there's the
there's-
different forms of performing like art.
Yeah,
dance,
they have like each individual piece. I remember
Yeah.
now. Yeah, so style or persuasion, either will work.
Style or persuasion? Oh no.
They just ask you like, "What have you done?" You just do a cool backflip.
Oh, fair, you're in.
All right, let's go kill a dragon.
Sick. Actually, that happened in the Friday game in D&D. They're like, but what can you even do? Can you even do like a sick backflip or whatever?
That
Guy
was a
goes,
joke.
Sure. Does one nat 20s, it lands a sick backflip. We're just like, oh shit, okay.
All
He
right,
can go with. Come on, we're gonna
Yeah,
go on a
we're-
heist.
we're placating this child, like my age,
He's
like my age, and like and there was like, I don't know, can you do a cool backflip? He does a cool backflip, and my character's like, well, I said he could if he did a backflip, so you're in. If something happens, he can just do a backflip. That'll get us out of it.
So what are your qualifications? Sick kickflip on board.
All right.
Lit.
All right. Well, He would definitely go into the ones that trained him. Would unfortunately have to go into the part where he was of 2 survivors against the chaotic beast that they call. Oh, maybe they didn't have a special name for it.
It's like a Scandinavian name, so I don't know why they would.
That's fair. Would go into the tournament. Coming first in said tournament and having met some powerful warriors in their own right. Would go into detail of the prison of Noah. Mostly the challenges, not going too deep into what those challenges might have been. Would talk about Moth and going into the forest of Gehenna. Landing the killing blow on a infernal Duke of Hell. Let's see. Actually, probably would go into taking on a group of Inquisitors.
Fuck the Southerners.
You gotta put the the more normal battles and weave them in between the grandiose ones. You can't just have all grandiose battles, you know?
True, true.
Probably going into the battle with Radovan's father. And I don't know. Have we had a crazy fight since then?
No. But on a non-fight note, you did get to meet the First Lord.
I don't think that. I don't know if they'd care.
Oh no, it's an ancient being. Who knows?
It kind of falls into the realm of like, what stuff is too outlandish to claim? Like saying I got the final hit on a powerful demon is one thing than saying, oh yeah, I killed the infernal Duke of Assassination or whatever.
I don't think they'd care about meeting this really cool ancient being unless
No,
you then
that's fine.
end it with then we threw hands.
Technically, he's
Sadly.
the Duke of Obsidian Pain.
I
Yeah,
hope
yeah, yeah.
I wish more people would be like, oh shit, you met him? And then the king, did you punch him?
Anima falls in this weird like part where it's like, yeah, there's crazy shit that exists, but most people don't know how much crazy shit exists, if any at all. So it's like, yeah, I threw hands with a Vitala Archmage Hemomancer, and it's like, I'm sorry, what? I killed a bloodbending vampire who was dominating a city.
Fair. Let's see.
I can't even say the madness thing because there wasn't really a fight there. It was just kind of embarrassing for all of us.
No, we just murdered a
Altered.
bunch of kids.
Yeah, we did. Let's
Yeah.
not mention the facility.
Well, former kid. It's fine.
Let's not mention the facility.
Saved a Goldarian town from an undead horde.
Oh yes.
Or Frostwalker. Or Frostbin.
Alexi
was
was
not
You weren't
there
there
for
for
that.
that. No. Damn.
Right.
Which means we can't even claim the Arctic Chimera under our belt, which means Sebastian's just wearing it.
He's just wearing it. Like,
No, Sebastian just gets to claim it. Sebastian
Also
gets to roll up with that, and Finwith is covered in like weird trophies. Like he has a vertebra on his back, just the size of a regular man's head.
all of us are just walking like testaments of that's an adventure. Like every one of us has something, and sadly, I can't even boast about the Arctic Chimera because last session I do remember that they don't care a crazy amount about Arctic Chimeras because it's like normal. But you know what? Fair for like that's like your introduction to monster hunting. It's like an Arctic Chimera.
It means that you can walk through the door.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, they at least did that. And it's like, it was a matriarch. And they're like, okay, all right, you can have a little bit of rep. Here you go.
That's right.
It's like,
Usually
I
tuneful.
beat the Rathalos. And you're just like, oh, okay, cool, Rathalos. I mean, everyone's done that at least once. And it's like, okay, I beat the the Red King Rathalos. And they're like, okay. Pretty good.
I think that might. That's all I remember, at least. I can't remember any other cool fights.
Yeah, fights. The rest of it was mostly interactions, and Alexi doesn't even have his memories of like when Arthur was possessed, so he has no memory of that entirety. So that memory is out the window.
Yeah, he does remember anything about that.
Yeah.
I have laid a succubus, but I have no idea what happens.
I conquered a succubus. Help! Did I fight? Everyone in the background just shakes head. No.
It's all good. Yeah. I'm guessing persuasion is easier than style.
Nope, they're both the same, but due to the weight of your claim, you will need to make a 280 for him to fully believe you.
Style
You
it
can
is.
trim some things down.
290.
Oh
on
shit!
style.
I was gonna ask, does us being around help at all? Cause like we're a bunch of tough-looking customers.
Well, what helps is that I have a 250 style.
You know what? That's fair.
Man, that was a low roll, though.
I rolled a 40. Yeah,
Yeah.
a little rough.
But yeah, I mean, you said you fought and defeated an Infernal Duke of Hell. That's what took your number a little to the top there.
I said I got the killing blow.
You fought a fucking Lord of Hell.
The fact you survived,
pretty
I think, is
much-
what happened.
You pretty much just like, yeah, I got the killing blow on Baphomet.
I got a killing blow on a nearly godlike entity that we just proved we can't do literally anything to unless we're trying to hurt it.
Yep.
It's
Infernal
fine. You
Dukes
rolled high enough.
are monsters.
Well,
Under
you know
normal
what?
circumstances.
I'm gonna become best friends with the fucking Lord of Beasts, and once I get Behemoth on my side and we're like best buddies, like brothers in arms, I'm gonna fuck that guy's shit up. That's my grand plan.
Sounds good. So, Alexi goes through telling the saga of his adventures up until this point. It's definitely stylized to make it seem grand, but Alexi's very stern, calm demeanor, his lack of like overly showiness, his his obvious passion for any of the like more important scenes, and like his emotional, well restrained. It wasn't like he just started weeping in his place like I was the only survivor. You know, like he didn't go like full theater on it. It was just a very impassioned speech with just enough emotion to get the point across, but without a sign of like show-offishness, no bragitude, no braggishness.
It was
Fenwick
more
is
of
so
a
disappointed.
lucky to have survived sort of situation, I imagine.
Yeah,
Sebastian's
but
impressed.
I mean, it's like you take pride in it. You take pride in your accomplishments. It's just
It's not, I was
not
lucky
like-
to survive. It is, I'm proud to have survived.
yeah. And like Quendith is right. Like compared to like how Goldarians do it, in Goldar, you talk up yourself to the max, and then when some guy comes up and be like, "No way, you fucking didn't," you headbutt him, and then you just prove that you're dominant in this conversation. Like, if anyone's ever read the story of Beowulf, like Beowulf is like the fucking biggest bragger when he's like he's like, oh, I swam across this entire ocean and I fought these sea serpents in, like, that's in the actual written version.
Isn't his story too like, yeah, I lost the race because I was too busy kicking ass, and then
Yeah, I was too busy. He was swimming against this other like well-known guy, but then these sea serpents came up, and so he started wrestling them. And he's like, "Well, he got second. He did save the other guy by defeating these large sea serpents." So you know, like, the Beowulf story is a fucking riot. I love it so much. It's a very Viking story. Like, when he fought Grendel, he was just naked. Like, it was very specifically stated. Anyway, as you do this, you see the king's expression, like, change from, like, a very hardened, like... He's got, like, a kind of a bigger nose that kind of extends above his beard. And, you see, like, the wrinkly eyes just kind of slowly, like, soften and, like, become more amazed. And by the time that you're done, he sits there just kind of digesting the story quite a bit. And he can't help but let out, like, a chuckle as he says, well... Though your stories seem outlandish, at the very least, you tell them well. You can join us at our table. Fortunately, young warrior, you have not yet missed it. For you see, we had only received the last of the Frostcoal year but mere days before. Come back now in half a fortnight.
What's the general, like, etiquette when it comes to dealing with the king?
Imagine he's your employer. That's kind of what his relationship with the Frostcollier is. Like, the Hoff, I remember now, are very... no nonsense. They don't necessarily, like, play up platitudes or any kind of, like, brown-nosing.
Say yes, sir, but don't kiss his ass about it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And he'll back out and gather up with everybody.
As you're kind of getting together, a much more... he looks like a bookkeeper, is the only way I can really, like, accurately put it. Very scrawny, very thin. He seems to be older, probably, like, in his 50s as well. And
I didn't know this body type was possible up here.
They're rare. You see them every once in a while. Those who are just born with more brains than bronze.
We don't need brains up here. Muscle makes more heat.
Someone has to keep track of the treasury. But he comes over and he's like, yes, so, as the king said, we will be coming back in about 6 days from now. Now, unfortunately, this is a matter of, well, Hoffman's security, so we'll only be accepting for Scalia at the meeting. I hope you understand.
Understandable. Kind of like looks at the group.
So long as I get to fight a dragon in the end, I don't care who you have to talk to by yourself.
I'm sure there's plenty enough in the city to keep us occupied until you're ready.
It's less preferable. But if
Sebastian's been getting out of training for a while.
And us just shrugs. He's Alexi's problem now.
If anything important is told at this meeting, I expect to hear about it, Alexi. I need anything I can get.
As is customary with these situations, the king will host the first collier and any companions he may have. So, if you would like, I can escort you to some rooms we have set aside for the evening.
Of course, lead on.
All right. And he just kind of begins. He escorts you all, and kind of out around the kind of communal area room I mentioned before. There's another set of like hallways, and these suddenly extend into another set of like natural caverns, earthen wall rooms that just kind of extend and kind of snake around before coming to, you know, a variety of doorways, and the doors open up into, again, contrasting just inner like chambers that are stone from, you know, ceiling to floor. These even have windows that kind of look out, and you can see well deep into the northern regions of Hoffman, and you can actually see the fjords down out in the distance below. You're each set up with your own rooms.
Hey, Alexi.
Yes.
As soon as the scrawny man's not around. Fuck you.
Looks confused.
He just gestures at all the stoneworked walls. Caves. Caves. We're about to go do something really dangerous, and you want to be in caves the whole time. I could just wink.
I mean, we have been in areas with falling fire from the sky, so what
It's different.
kind of looks around.
He just shakes his head and like waggles a finger to just only bad stuff comes out of caves. And if there's no monsters here, then it's bad luck we'll take with us. Grumbles about salt.
I don't know if that's entirely true. We got the king from caves.
He huffs at you with a noise that, like, if he had been any of the shapes, probably would have been a growl.
No, she shrugs. I'm more inclined to agree with Finn on this one. Remember, he's back to the Kong's Bjorn fight.
At least it wasn't demons in the cave.
Which Alexi is wearing the fur of.
Is
You
this
didn't even fight.
is this a common belief?
I mean, in our mountains, yeah. Only bad things come out of caves. I say it because I've seen it. That's where they come from.
Sebastian thinks for a little bit of everything they've encountered. A lot of it happening in a cave. There's truth to that.
It's always ruins and caves, I'm telling you. Sometimes it's a good fight, but sometimes it's just bad things. You know what you can't fight, Alexi. Fuck.
I believe technically I am also from a cave.
Well, I mean, you got better, so I mean, eventually something got kind of polished out of that. It's like
The cave got
like
worked out of you.
a gem. There you go. Knocked all the cave off of you. But yeah, everything that happened there was horrible, and I'm right. I'm extra right. He just points at Sebastian. This place sucks, and you should feel bad about it.
I feel like that was a situation where the bad thing was brought into the cave, right?
But
I
they went to a
believe the
cave to
cave-
go do it.
I believe the cave was made to accommodate it.
I mean, it is only living cave, not a bad cave, as far as I'm aware. Thanks. Rolls
He
history.
just shakes his head.
I think this concludes that there
City
are...
bad things happened in these caves.
Sure, make a roll.
I think at least bad
If it ends
things can happen in caves, but sometimes a cave is a good cave. Sometimes.
The only good cave is an empty cave and one that I don't have to go in. Much less sleep in for days.
193 history.
Going to be steeped in it. He switches to Goldarian for that one.
So, in Hoffman culture, caves are a sign of protection from the elements. Many travelers, many stories have individuals lost in a storm who found, safety within caves and such. Granted, sometimes the story will have they ran into a witch there who made them a deal or some kind of bargain, or sometimes they met with some beast also sheltering from the cave. But traditionally, the cave itself is not seen as anything bad. It's mostly just it's a safe place, so of course things will be found in caves. Ragnhild, there actually specifically in ages long past, it was said that many of the barbarian tribes of giants-like individuals, let's see. I can't remember what they're called. The frost giants translates into Latin anyway. Attacked Hildesheim many times, but they have never taken the castle because it's so well defended inside the mountain. There's only one way really in, and no other ways to assault it. So it has always been a place where, at least in ye olden times, during the times that the giants were attacking, they would hide in the mountains, and eventually just became the center of the city in a metaphorical sense. Anytime there's any major disasters or anything, everyone runs into the castle and stays here. There's a large multitude of tunnels leading through and even deeper into the bowels of the peak of the world from this castle. So that's about as much as you get with your roll.
Maybe that has to do with southern caves. In the Hoffman caves, it's been more used for protection, and in finding that protection, yes, there are times that in the stories that they would find beasts, but that was them also using the cave for protection. And so, in those instances, it's more a sense of survival, no?
Maybe your caves are just too shallow. They don't go deep enough to find the dark things that crawl out of them.
Kind of drugs. He doesn't know. He hasn't. He doesn't have much knowledge on Goldarian cave.
No, he doesn't have much, and Finwith doesn't have the answer of the horrible thing on the other side of the mountain that he's from. Except that Moth is back there, but it really doesn't cross his mind too much. They're both having a half of a conversation that neither of them have the other half for.
Fair.
Either way, Finwith tells you to fuck off because you dragged him into a cave and he fucking hates caves. And if we all die in the dragon fight, it's not because we were weak, it's because of you and your stupid Hoffman caves. Fucking safety. Grumbles and goes to his room and then immediately regrets it because it's cold in a cave and he's just kind of chilling by himself.
I should mention, the rooms themselves look like normal rooms. The hallways are caves.
Oh, great. Okay, so he can slightly pretend that everything's not horrible just outside the door.
Yep. You look out the window, you see some like jagged pieces of mountain that are kind of obscure the window, but not really. And yeah, from an outside view, there's just like a little bit of teeny windows in the side of this mountain.
How big are the windows for the rooms?
Not that big. They're like a foot and a half by a foot and a half.
And if your caves try to eat me, I can't even fly out.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to turn into a centipede and do some fucked up shit.
I could check with the very thin man and see if there is something else. They did say that they would kind of cater to those who are waiting here.
No, it's too late now. If I'm gonna get eaten by a dragon on some, like, twist of luck, I'm gonna make sure it's your fault. Ignore me about the cave.
Kind of like looks over to Sebastian and Anastasia. He's like, I tried.
I just get an image of Finwith on a bike and doing the whole like sticks the rebar and crashes fucking caves.
Here's the problem. Super superstitious about them, but also really doesn't want to be alone. Or make Alexi look bad that we're not going to stay with like the king's like offered thing. But also fuck caves. You know what comes out of those? Demons.
I don't know, it's just shrugs to Alexi. He believes in spirits. Leave him be.
I mean, that's all and good. Spirits are very much real. We fight them. Actually, we fought quite a few just in Moth. I didn't realize there was such a hang up on caves.
He somehow not noticed every time that Finwith has just about clawed his own skin off when we walked into caves.
What makes this even better is Anas can't validate the superstition from the Kongsbjorn fight because he was knocked out when you chipped off a piece of the foremeat that was left of him in the wall.
He did complain quite a bit about going into the den, though. He's like, "Oh, we shouldn't go into caves. That's bad." Maybe we can.
Finwith has been very verbal about a detestment of caves.
It's almost there to the edge of like a phobia. Like he's got it under control, but he is not having a good time.
It's like swimming in a pool. You know there's nothing down there, and you'll still swim. But if it gets a little too dark outside, you're like, oh.
Except you've been in the ocean and seen a goblin shark grab somebody in the, like, blizzard night.
Alexi, like, strokes his chin and he's like, I suppose I should have been a bit more considerate. He turns to Sebastian. You have had particularly bad memories in caves. Would you like me to talk to them at all, or...
My experiences with caves. I believe Finwith makes a good point, but anything that could come out of a cave, I believe we could kill it, so I am unbothered.
Alright. Huh. He sits there. That was actually my first time meeting the king. I am glad that it went well.
glad that it went well. You explained the things we did very well.
I'm glad. It is. Some of it was harder than others. Me not.
And it looks at you blankly a bit. Which parts?
Oh, the kind of gets a grimace on his face. Being one of only 2 survivors, particularly.
Oh.
And finding out recently that the other one has since passed.
Kind of like shifts his weight a little bit. Apologies.
It's okay. I just need to be better, he says with a smile and a nod.
Oh, when we defeat the dragon, you definitely will be.
If we don't get eaten by a cave.
Of course we'll be able to defeat the dragon. We have probably the most experienced Frost Collier group around, he says with a smile.
Not only that, we have a Fenwith.
We do have a Finwith.
Just don't fight the dragons in a cave.
I certainly hope I'm not going to be missing any important information at this dinner, but
I will try to tell you what I can. Unfortunately, I don't know how secretive they are going to be about all this. I don't even know if the other Frost Collier realize that we are going to be fighting a dragon. Though, I think they will. No. From our interactions before.
Will they be okay with you bringing us along? Because the 3 of us are not Frost Collier.
I think that they don't really have a say in the matter, he says with a smile.
Sebastian nods.
Oh no, we accidentally stumbled into the dragon fight while you guys are here. How crazy is that? Small mountains, you know. Guess we might as well join in since we're here, and it'd be awkward if we just sat over there and watched you guys like die or something.
Does this place have anywhere to learn or research about monsters like the ship does? Or the temple does?
I imagine there would. Hey Jam, with my history check earlier, is there like a library or something here?
No, actually. Hoffman is not well known for its lumber industry, and their lack of paper is really astounding. They do have some books, but a lot of it is told through, oral storytelling and tapestries.
Is there a storytelling bar nearby?
You don't know. You've never been to Hillsing before.
I guess that's fair.
Can I get a scald, please? Someone?
And just so you all know, you are considered guests of the castle here, so, you're free to come and go as you please.
That's true.
Good, that saves us from all waiting outside the castle for Alexia to just show up to pick us up so we can go inside.
Just like sit in a chair and press the wait button. Skip forward 24 hours.
Well, if we would like, if everybody's not too tired, we could always go and explore what there is.
Would help, especially. Just tings the sword. Get a general layout of where everything is.
Could prove useful.
That is fair. Walks over and knocks on Vinet's door.
It immediately whips open.
Would you like to go and explore the town a bit?
Yes.
Maybe. I thought you might. He says with a smile.
This also really sucks because I can't fit through the windows, so I can't even just like go for a night flight or anything.
Did you try to squeeze through the window?
No, but I gave it a look.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'm not particularly small.
I'm sure one of your forms you could use to your advantage, couldn't you?
I only get so much smaller. But I think I could probably fit through with the centipede, maybe. But I don't know how flexible my shoulders are like that. I guess maybe if I dislocated one, but that would hurt. It wouldn't be a problem, though. I could fix it. Fenwith thinks about dislocating a limb. That does hurt, but I could easily fix that, and it wouldn't hurt that much.
You have a surprising lack of feline forms.
Yeah, well, I mean, we only have the Arctic Chimera, and that only partially counts.
One part of it counts anyway.
I do have, you know what? I do have a lynx form,
Oh, you do. Yeah, that's right.
so I could just get rid of my collarbone for a bit.
Maybe the True Chimera has something.
Does the true Chimera have a collarbone? Does the regular Arctic Chimera have a collarbone? Can I shimmy through a small window as an Arctic Chimera abomination in the eyes of God? With my, like, half malformed, like, wolf mouths optional.
Yeah, you have a strong feeling that collarbones are really important for creatures with multiple heads.
Aww. Well, I still have the links. We can consider it. We can come back to that. If I really want to test whether I can fit through those windows, I can do that. We have time. Not like anybody's peeping in the windows of this place. But yeah, no, Fenwith would like to go to the out of the castle. Sounds great.
Fenwith wants out. Scratches on door.
Piteous dog whines. Go for walkies.
He's not gonna do the like go in, go out, go in, go out. He's just bolt.
There's no point in electric fence. He goes through it, clean through it.
All right. Well, we're gonna check out the town, so to speak.
Okay. So, you head out into town. Cue whatever your fantasy, or like TV Renaissance music is
Dun, dun, dun,
as you're
dun.
kind of heading through.
Sabaton begins playing.
Yes. Sabaton. As you're going out, you see that Hiddleston is a hustle and bustling, it's a pretty decent sized city. Not the entire population but a grand majority of their population resides within these walls. This city has a population of 97,000.
And just for reference, what was Anar's population?
Several hundred.
I see.
Oh, no, Anar has a population of 2.5 thousand.
And Rosencrantz?
Rosencrantz was about 40,000.
Damn. It's a big ass place.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, there are not the entire population all lives within inside the walls. There's like a large number of herders and such like that have animals that live out in the surrounding areas.
And we
of
have
the
been to
city.
Deimos, so it's not like it's the largest place we've been.
We walk past an Arctic Chimera coop. Just kidding.
But it is a very, very busy city nonetheless. I guess for real life reference, Bremerton, I think, has a population of like 40,000.
Seems about right.
I know Silverdale does. So I think Bremerton has about the same. Most standard towns in the U.S. has a population between 10 and 40,000.
Almost on the nose for Bremerton.
Yep. I've seen it before. There's like a sign that has it. In some places. I think when you're
This is-
coming back from Belfair or something like that.
Yeah, this
Bremerton
place
actually-
is almost as busy as that other one, except I can read all the signs here. Mostly.
Bremerton actually has double the population of Silverdale.
Oh.
Not surprised. Silverdale is mainly just like shopping stuff. It has like
True.
stuff, but it like homes and such, but it's mainly for like shopping.
Well, anyway, you see a large bustling metropolis about. There's a large variety of shops and people coming through. You see various stalls with people selling their livestock, kind of auction style. They have majority of beasts they keep here are goats and pigs. Sometimes a yak or other kind of like woolly equine. And there's tons of like coops that have like winterfowl in them, like quail and all that kind of stuff. The city is a little messy. There's like straw strewn about, a little dirty. It's a very busy place, and all kinds of dirt and snow kind of gets dragged in from anyone who enters through the city walls, and it just kind of gets everywhere. You see large open stalls. If you ever been to like a Ren fair, and you go in and you see a stall that has all these kind of like knickknacks inside or whatever, they have a lot of these kind of style buildings. But one of the things that you guys take particularly notice of is Heelstein has a large number of blacksmiths that continuously pound and churn out all kinds of metal products, predominantly kitchenware, weapons, and some armors as well.
Time to slap your badass sword down and say, "Got anybody who can handle this puppy?"
The city is overall toned with that same kind of gray stone tonality that you saw inside Castle Ragnhilding. And many of the snow-covered roofs have, the tile roofing, which is very standard in many of the northern regions, kind of giving this place a very quiet and melancholic kind of atmosphere to it. But despite that, there's still a large number of people coming in and out, as well as, the constant plumes of smoke coming from the variety of furnaces.
Well, if no one has any plans, aside from looking around once everyone's done, us will start talking to blacksmiths, seeing if he can find anyone that knows of a way to repair those.
Repair what?
Attempting to feign the breaker blade. He's trying to feign the fact that hide the fact that he knows kind of what it is, but he's trying to see if anyone takes an interest in it whatsoever, see if it sparks anyone's interest.
Okay. All right. You take it around to a few blacksmiths, and a lot of them look at it and they're like, "What kind of sword is that? That doesn't look practical at all." Gigantic blade, many of whom struggle to even lift the thing when you hand it over.
Some
Dude, they're
poor
like-
blacksmith assistant just hands and just drops to the floor.
Well, I mean, it has the metal rings on it are so thick you can't fit your fingers around it. Like, not only is this sword big, The
has a
rings
fucking chain
add
on it.
weight for the very specific purpose of being a heavy ass sword. So
It's impractical for you weak ass babies. Get on my gnosis.
and as you kind of take it around, many of them look at it and are like interested, but they shrug and they're like, I wouldn't even know how to repair a weapon like this. It doesn't until you get to a relatively young man. Very young, strapping, kind of on the slimmer side compared to many the native Hoff, but definitely well toned out because of working the forges and all that kind of stuff. He takes the blade and he's just like, "Oh, let me see that real quick." And he kind of looks it over. You give it to him. And he's just like, and kind of like bow-leggedly brings it over to his anvil and like sets it down, and kind of looks it over. And
He like offers to pause it, goes to offer to help, and like he's got it. Okay.
Been with chuckles in the background.
He looks it over and he's just like, I can't believe I'm getting to see one of these for the first time. He looks it over some more, kind of puts his hand over the rough blade. And he's just like, where did you get this blade, sir? He looks you over and you can tell he's like judging you based on your height, but he's not saying anything overtly so.
Let's see. How honest does Anas feel?
Pulled out of the side of a big fucking bear. I got you.
Just motions to Finn with what they said.
And he's like, He looks it over some more. And he nods and he's like, This is a true work of art. Blades like this haven't been made since, well, before Muspelheim blew up. Do you know anything about the old forges at the foot of the mountain?
Scattered tales, but nothing concrete.
Let's see. It's been a while since I wrote the notes on it, so let me double check.
Most of what we got told while we were in the area was that don't walk on the black snow.
Oh, yeah, I still hear about that too. Well, let me tell you the real reason why that mountain blew up. You see, he kind of leans back against like one of the posts, kind of they're holding up the straw roof over his furnace. And he's just like, you see, way back in the old times, before the great heroes came around, at the foot of Muspelheim, there was a great city known for its blacksmiths. For you see, they found a special kind of coke inside the mountain. Coke is like it's like a mineral you use for like refining metals. What you do is you use it to heat up a material, or to bring the heating temperature for a material down to a really high degree. Like you use like flux or coke to bring like the melting point of iron down from like 1200 degrees to like 1000 degrees. So coke is kind of like this material you use for like refining anything you cook at a high heat. But anyway, he's just like, they found this special kind of coke that when they used it to help temper their blades, the blades became stronger and became this dark material. My great-grandfather used to tell me about them. He said they were blades blessed by Suter himself. the king of the fire giants. These black ash blades are well known for their pure hardness and the density of their materials. And I could tell just from the weight of this sword that it's made from the same kind. Even these rings here have some remnants of the material as well. It kind of like motions around and everything. It makes the metal really hard and heavy. Only the strongest of warriors could wield blades like theirs.
You immediately get an elbow just hoofed right into the ribs.
Slight winded noise. Coming from inside the full-on armor because he's out in the cold. That and he's walking around a town of monster hunters, so he's not taking the risk.
Takes off hat. Black veins! Kill it!
He looks it over and he says, I guess after so many years, the blade has lost a little bit of its lustre. He sighs greatly. I really wish I could help with this, but not only am I not very familiar with the techniques, but I also just don't have any of that coke remaining. They say that the real reason the city went under was because they mined too deep into the mountain around and caused the mountain to blow up.
Fucking told you nothing good comes out of caves.
So it
Spite of the
wasn't
gods
a-
were an explosion.
So it wasn't a punishment by the gods?
Can be
It
both.
depends on how you how you refer to it. One could say the fates punished them for their greed of digging into a mountain that was no secret. It was a volcano back in the day. I mean, it was relatively active back then.
Enough of this is just going over Finwood's head. All he's hearing is, you're right. Also, sword cool.
Though they do say that some people managed to survive from that time and have gone around. I'm sure they would know how to work on the blade, but one would also have to delve into the depths of Muspelheim to get them the materials to, refine the blade.
Where would one find someone such as this?
He shrugs. I don't know.
Looks at maps, how far Muspelheim is from here. Yeah, that's not happening.
Well, we did get told elsewhere that it was believed that the survivors moved into the mountains and to the peak of the world.
That's true.
That is. We have a general idea. He wasn't sure if any of them were hiding out here in Hiddlestein, so he figured to give it a shot.
If anybody was going to know, it would probably be the Foscolier and the King. I don't know, or some weird occult shit.
Well, this is the first person you've met in a long time who knew anything about what you were talking about,
True.
and to such detail.
If we clear up the Black Dragons, take the floating castle over to the mountain, see if we can find anything without going too deep.
True. Was there anything on his desk you wanted to know, though, that the kid might know?
No, the kid pretty much answered more of the questions as to what it was kind of made out of, and whatever it is came from the coke from when they forged it and hardened the blade and darkened it. He feels a little bad for the kid because he's like watching him struggle under the weight of the sword.
So, I know you haven't seen one before, but did your grandfather work with them, or did he know somebody?
I don't know, really. He was a blacksmith himself, and he knew all these stories and told me about them, but, I mean, if he knew anything more, I didn't tell me, didn't share any of his secrets either. He died, a few years ago, so unfortunately he doesn't know much, and my father died even before he did, so...
See about that. Staff. I'm just kidding. The
And did we have
axe
the
handle.
name of the people? Like the actual like name of the ones who lived in the volcano and made them?
Are you asking me or are you asking someone else? He might have notes.
Anybody who has that answer.
What was the question? I might have notes on it.
Do we have the name of the people who lived in the volcano and made
The Hevergermir.
Vergelmir. It's the Vergelmir.
Very good, yeah.
It's spelled like that.
Well, I don't know if it would work. It sometimes hasn't, but I can try the walking stick. We can try a couple different questions. We have a few days. Maybe
yeah.
something will help.
Actually, Alexi, weren't you looking to get your sword looked at as well?
I don't think so.
I thought you had mentioned at some point you wanted to look around related to your sword, so I wasn't sure.
I have a sword that needs to get appraised.
Maybe better armor. That's true. It's a really special sword, if I remember correctly.
It's very valuable.
It's fine. Are we talking about the regular sword, the absolute piece of trash ornate one? Are we talking about the lance that chills you wherever your target is? Or are we talking about the super massively fucking illegal to have Lawbringer?
Or the frost daggers.
Or
Sebastian,
the frost daggers
or the
taken off
dagger
the
I
fucking
get from
face
Horcrux that
of an
needs
Arctic
souls.
Chimera? Or the freaky fucking soul daggers from the Demon Lord guy?
Sebastian draws
Sebastian
his
become
ornate.
a weapon like arsenal.
When he didn't need to be proficient because he throws them with his fucking mind.
Yeah,
That's
Sebastian draws his beautiful, ornate, never touched, -5 quality longsword and hands it to the man.
He looks it over. He
Wow.
listens like it's really light, and he kind of looks it over. He kind of grimaces a bit, and he kind of holds the sword over the furnace. And after about like a couple minutes, it begins to bow.
It's like he just held this beautiful piece of like the height of weaponsmithing and then the like $1.50 beach souvenir shop version.
You know, in some places that's a perk. It's flexible with heat.
You just melted my sword.
Well, it looks like it was a shit sword.
Yeah, you
Well, melted.
you got scammed, my friend. This one defend your life. Even if a child came at you, really, he kind of pulls it out, and it's just now bent, and he
Please
like
don't say you could kill a child anyway.
he just like shoves it in his
Closes his mouth.
his like water basin, his cooling for basin, and he pulls out and is like, yeah, if you tried to use this, it probably would have broken on the first shot.
It's okay, you have a really cool sword though. He taps the like cloth wrapped lawbringer.
I was lied to.
Yeah. That sucks.
That blacksmith has made the list.
He now hands you a curved sword.
He doesn't take it back.
And he just
You can
shrugs.
just he points at the fire, he's like, you can just put it back. Actually, you might not want to ruin your stuff with that thing.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna. He just looks at it.
Don't let anybody maybe see you take it out, actually.
Write down yet another thing for post-campaign Sebastian.
It's gonna go into the scrap. And he just like bangs a blade on the anvil, and it like breaks, and he takes the chunks over and puts them in like a bin.
See, I don't have any of these problems with broken swords and like crap swords. I am the weapon. Keep dreams.
So at least thinking back with what Finwith said, just starter question. Do you have any connections, ties, or positive feelings towards the Inquisition?
He thinks for a moment.
That's a great
a
starter.
question, man.
He's like, oh, that's those Southerners, right? The ones who go around and burn witches at the stake?
Good answer. And he has his sword and he shows it to him.
He looks at it, kind of gives a skeptical look at first, and he looks more and more at it, and you just see his like eyes slowly like expand as he's just like, the quality of this metal is, that's pretty nuts. It's so pure.
How'd they do that? Hiram shudders.
He
in
looks at it a
reincarnation.
bit, and he's just like, do you mind if I test this on something?
Don't break this one, but yes. Go ahead.
I don't think I'll be able to. And kind of goes over and he pulls out like a lump of ore, and he just takes the blade and begins putting all his weight on it. And you'll just watch the sword slowly start cutting through a chunk of iron ore.
Oh shit.
They're not supposed to do that.
Oh, we did figure out that it makes you bleed if you get cut on it, so...
Yeah, people normally bleed when they get cut.
Well, it doesn't stop, normally.
He pulls it out and he looks at it and he looks at the edge where he cut the metal. And he goes over and he kind of like gets his grindstone going. He pushes the pedal and the stone gets going and going and going. And he lightly touches the blade to the edge of the grindstone. And you see sparks like a show just shoot out from the grindstone. And it scares him and he kind of like pulls it back. And he's just like, what on guy is this sword made of? He looks it over intently.
You doing okay over there?
Does that mean you win coolest sword? Should he look at the other like cool sword and see if you still win?
Do you guys have more? He looks over at you with like big puppy dog eyes. Like, are you really showing me all these masterpieces?
Oh, since we're here, we could see if there's any other weapons that need repairs. Obviously that one doesn't, as he points to the lawbringer.
I don't have a grindstone strong enough to do so. I mean, look, and you see there's a line down the center of this grindstone now. That the sword just peeled off of the roughness.
So I assume there's nothing you can do to improve it.
I don't know what you're cutting it. You want to improve the sword on, but I don't think you really need anything stronger than this. He kind of like offers it to you.
He takes it and kind of like slumps forward a bit as he's holding the weight of it. Has to hold it with two hands.
It's fine, just levitate it and pretend you're still holding it.
As he wraps it, like covers it up, and then very laboriously puts it back on his back.
The kid looks so confused. He's just gotten whiplash from this group. He's like, cool old sword, great. Really shitty showy sword, okay. This sword's a fucking masterpiece beyond all recount. And then the guy who gave it to me can barely use it. He doesn't know what to fucking think of you guys.
And they have another?
Oh, what about your spear? Does it need any repairs?
I don't use it often.
I mean, to be fair, most things don't get the chance to run away that we need to know where they go.
Exactly.
True, but that thing did have some wear and tear when you got it originally.
Yeah,
It was also in the Big Bear.
He'll show him the spear.
You pull out, and as a refresher, since this has not seen the light of day in a very
No.
long time.
It was
got
really
a
cool.
better
We got
thing.
it. Unfortunately,
It's
There's
very
some
cool.
rust.
But Sebastian just has not a need for it.
It's a long silver javelin with a fish hooked tip, and it's all just very one swooping like motion and design. And I think it's only like a +5, right?
I don't even think it's a +5. Like I remember because
pretty
if
sure
it
it
was,
I think it was.
no, it might have been because I think no, because
What
I
do you
got a
mean?
+5.
Do you not know? Do you not have the stats written down
Make
for
a
your
quick
weapon?
I have Horcrux dagger, my quality longsword, an ice horn Arctic from the Arctic Chimera, and my lawbringer on my front sheet. I erased the spear because I got a better sword. I don't have it on this.
It
I
is.
have
It
somewhere
is
else.
a +5 lance.
I know I have it somewhere
I
else.
had to go back to the Bjorn notes to
Yeah.
get you that information.
Yeah, I have it somewhere else. It's not on my
fucking
sheet.
hell.
It gains a plus. It has a 100-foot to 30-meter effective range, and when it sticks into prey, they lose 1 HP per round. And the strength check of 12 to remove it. The one who threw the spear initially always knows where it is.
Okay.
So yeah, it has a bleed effect as well.
Yep.
Yep.
1 HP per round is just not in-game effective.
It's
Yeah.
good for regular game when people are hunting elder stags and
Yeah.
wolves or juvenile Arctic chimera, maybe.
Oh yeah, it's super good.
Not any other time, really. Not for us.
I mean, if a dragon tries to run away, maybe.
Dragon's
I don't know
probably
if
going to
it'd
be
have a
strong enough
chance
to
to run
pull it
away.
out.
Yeah, probably.
They can reach it.
Put it on the small of its back.
You have to know where it is first.
Just
So maybe
duct
they won't
tape
even
with
notice.
scales.
Yeah, maybe they won't notice because like there's gonna be a bunch of arrows being shot at them, like other people stabbing it. Like maybe they just won't notice a spear hanging out.
And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the night,
The tick damage catches up.
Why did I just get a lot of XP? What just happened?
I don't know where my spear is anymore.
He looks the spear over and he marvels at it a bit and he says, "I've never seen moon silver before. That's really well done. It's so pure too."
What's moon silver?
Oh, it's a type of silver they say that if you hold it out in the full moonlight, the weapon will glow with a very similar light as to the moon.
Sounds like some Patella shit.
Have you worked with moon silver before?
I've worked with silver before, and this isn't really much different. It's just got some, they say, mystical qualities. You know, one could, they would make, like, pendants for shamans and such with this kind of stuff. Never seen it used in a spear. I never can find this much. It's a very pure kind of silver. I could repair this easily. It doesn't look to be too damaged or well used.
Don't know how much use it got before it was stuck in the Kongsbjorn, so guess that's fair.
I haven't had much use for it.
Nuts.
Though
He looks
I
at
would
you and-
pay you to repair it.
I can do my best to polish it, I guess. I could buy it off of you if you don't need it anymore. I could pay you. He looks over everything.
Oh shit. Actually, this is a tough decision for Sebastian. There's two ways he could take this. I have to. Oh boy.
Oh, that's right. You have a younger sibling to arm.
Not even
Yeah.
that. It's not
No.
that. That's not taken into consideration at all. There's two things right now that Sebastian has to deal with. One, this is a tool. This is a tool he can use. Second, this is a tool that he could use but is now overshadowed by better tools. When he gets something better, the previous tool is useless. So he's looking at a spear that is useless to him but still helpful in weird ways.
Are you guys excited for the time he finds higher level party mates? Grim. Just kidding.
He looks it over and he offers 500 gold crowns worth of rings.
Jesus.
It's the same amount as a high quality piece of like full plate armor.
I'm gonna go with my gut here. Sebastian, just as he starts naming prices, just shakes his head. Take it.
I'm sorry.
Take it.
He like glances at Sebastian.
No, I I definitely need to pay you for this.
I have no use for your money. Take it.
He looks shocked and is like, I don't know. I've always been told.
The spear is useless to me. You seem interested in it, therefore you could use it better than I ever could. Use it. It's yours.
He's weird. Also, he's right. We don't really use gold a lot.
He looks at it. He looks
Nice.
at you all.
You can always offer one of them 2 gold and maybe they'll take it, but neither of us want it. He shrugs.
Oh no, Cameron's gonna have to keep up a reputation score in this random shop.
Right. He looks at you all. Sorry, go ahead.
And Nas is like, you could consider a payment for helping me identify a sword that no one else could up until now.
He looks at you. So what's going through his mind is, you never work for free, and you never take great work for free. 2 biggest things that he's ever learned, because usually someone gives something away for dirt cheap and then they want it back and it's just nothing but trouble.
Yeah.
So that's something he's considering. But considering that he's seen the other weapons in your guys' repertoire, he's like, they might mean it.
I mean, one guy just said, hey, all of your cool swords are fucking useless. They're garbage to me. I'm better than them. I got this. And this guy has, like, the masterpiece, greatest sword ever fucking made that this guy's seen. So, like, yeah, the spear is or the lance is kind of chump change.
Well, and from what he can see, the Frista on Alexi's
casually,
back,
like, shedding ice, misting faintly.
he's like, well, if there's any services you need, if it's within my power, I'll be more than happy to work on anything you need, repairs or appraisals. It's the least I can do. If there's any services I can provide.
Do we still have some of that that good equipment? Do you think any of the Frostcollier needed or anything? Now that I'm thinking about it, we are still carrying around like the really nice chainmail and the longbow, and then I think you have some other stuff on there. He like pokes at your bristling back, Alexi.
I still have a +5 longsword. Like, yeah, we have some good equipment still. We could give it to some Frostcollier.
Let's see. We still have a +5 chainmail, +5 partial plate, though Anastasia is wearing that one. We have a +5 halberd.
Nope, he's not wearing the partial plate.
He has
He's not wearing the partial. He's got the dragon scale.
Oh, right. That's right. So yeah, we have that as well.
You can always give that to your buddies, even if the other ones have better stuff. Better than it just weighing us down. Also, I'm tired of carrying around chainmail.
Actually, a better question is, would it be accepted in the Frostcollier to just suddenly hand them something and go, here, use this? I partially feel like that it might be taken as an insult if we're not careful.
Maybe you should sell it and give the money to your family, because your mom was really upset. Maybe you should, like, actually go sell some of the regular stuff. Maybe he can help. He can have the cool, like, lance thing. That's a lot. That way maybe your mom won't kill you when you come back.
He kind of like.
And your brothers can't give you shit anymore.
I suppose that's fair. Pulls out the +5 halberd. And the +5 longbow.
Sebastian.
And I guess we
puts-
drop off the 2 armor pieces too.
Sebastian
Unless
puts his
somebody wants
+5 longsword into the little pile you're making.
So if you want any of this, we'll sell these things. He'll take it. If not, we'll find somebody else in town.
I'd say we may as well sell the partial plate, just because, aside from Fenwith going crazy with the demon form, honestly, he's like the only one that can wear it.
it. That's true.
My wear armor is almost none. It is enough to put on furs.
I could take an advantage point where I all of a sudden have a lot of wear armor.
Don't know why you'd waste the advantage point. You could get even harder to kill.
I mean, I've been saving it for like in case we make like, or well, it was originally saved for really cool armor made out of a demon lord heart, but
Oh, I wonder what happened to that.
I don't know. Ooh.
I killed a party member. That's what happened.
the advantage point has been around for like
I'll be right back.
options, basically.
All right. He is like, oh, well, yeah, definitely. I'll make sure I give you a fair price. So he'll sell you for at least the market price of the items. No haggling necessary. So what are you giving him?
If I recall correctly, we have a +5 chainmail, +5 partial plate, +5 halberd.
Do it one at a time so I can give you the prices.
Well, I'm trying to get the list down so I can just send it in the chat and then we could go from there. There's the +5 longsword that you're handing over as well, with the +5 longbow. Is there anything else that I'm missing?
Did you have the halberd on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't got anything else I can give.
Yeah, because the only other thing we really have is that canteen that purifies water.
The only other thing is like equipment we found was armor that I'm currently wearing.
Fair.
So yeah, I have the +5 fiery beast long coat, then some quality fur. That's the Arctic Chimera. So
Alright. These are the 5 we have then.
Cool. You could have just told me in order and I could tell you the prices as they go so you can just add them to your sheet. As I was trying to say. Oh, so why do you keep posting on Discord? I can't. Alright, here we go.
Oh, I guess I could post here.
Just copy paste the list.
I did.
It's in Roll20 now.
Oh, okay. I only saw the +5 longsword because it posted on a different thing.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
It's because they have a certain like line length. Oh yeah, that image I posted, by the way, that's what Coke looks like.
Back.
All right, for the +5 chainmail, you guys get ooh man, 700 gold coin.
Goddamn.
Let's see, for the +5 partial plates, you get 400 gold crown.
Mom yelled at you once to like, why didn't you bring any money back? You're bringing back an actual fortune now. Just a fuck ton of money.
The halberd is going to be... I'm telling you now, these are half the prices of these weapons.
Yeah.
They don't play in Anima, that's for sure.
Nope. You thought D&D potion costs were bad?
I mean, you can't even get potions.
You can
No, you
very
can.
rarely get potions of
You
life
just
here.
need you just
There's
need
like 10,000 gold a
CD
pop.
contacts or the ability to make such potions.
You need to be able to make it or have like 10,000 gold or whatever it is. The price
The
is
halberd
insane.
is 120 gold coin. And the longbow, you'll have to sell somewhere else because he is not a boyer.
Fair.
But when you do sell that, you'll get it for 400 gold crown. Or no, incorrect. You'll get it for, let's see. $80 gold crown.
All right.
This is also another thing about Anima. My god, the difference between certain weapon prices is insane. And armor prices.
Armor is much more expensive.
It is. Depending on the armor, but yeah.
Get that +5 armor long coat for 1 gold piece. Value.
Like a short bow is literally like a quarter of the price of a longbow. But like when you look at it statistically, you're trading a short bow does. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh no, okay. Yeah. With the same types of ammo, a short bow does the same damage as a longbow. The only difference is the initiative penalty and the strength requirement to use it.
And the range.
And the range. That's it. Like they went the route of, hey, let's make everything make like logical amounts of sense for what they cost versus don't cost. And completely fuck game balance over 100%. Because, you know, you want a katana, which barely does anything different than a longsword, but is worth 5 times the price of a longsword.
Its initiative is better, I think.
It's just how it is in Anima. It's just, nothing is balanced around the numbers. Everything is like, this is reasonably what it would cost.
And how much for the longsword?
The longsword, I believe, is 500, but let me double check real quick. Incorrect. Longsword is 50.
All right. 1350 gold crown.
Hey, you can get a plane ticket.
So I'm curious, does this young man have a name? Since we've made all these transactions, we've shown him the cool weapons.
Yes, if you ask him his name, he will give you his name. His name is Valdi Mullenson.
Hi, I'm Finwood Gerensson.
Anastasia Serban.
Sebastian Finch.
Alexi Frey. All right, if we're splitting this
Now this is a
evenly,
random kid.
that's 337 gold
You
crown.
can have my
apiece.
piece. I
You
don't
can
want
have
it.
my piece.
Everything can go to your mom.
Everything going to your mom.
I'd rather your mother not kill you, Alexi.
Well, it's either money or... Actually, don't know if we could find a child to adopt in
Well,
here.
Listen, if your mother kills you, it's because you deserved it, but I don't want to be in a house where she's screaming at you again. So, when we go, you give her that money. The rest is on you.
Alright. I'll be sure to pay off my mother's anger. Sounds so ludicrous when you say it.
Also in front of this.
She's the mother
man.
to a bunch of Frost Collier. Of course she's tough.
Alright. And what's Sebastian's reputation with Valdi Mullins?
+10.
That's a pretty good start.
Shame you never really use it.
Shame I never use any of the systems I established at the very beginning of this game.
You know. We started killing big monsters and not hanging out in cities a lot.
World travel makes it a little hard.
Yeah.
It really does.
You know what? At least maybe he'll come up in the future, future acts.
Maybe, yeah, maybe I'll show up again.
This 10 reputation with Sebastian is like, you are my ally. You will die for me if I tell you to. But no, what?
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean our friendship level's a 10? We met once.
You gave me something really expensive and left.
You have no idea how much anxiety that gave me for like 2 weeks.
That's the worst part, is you're gonna come through the door like years later, is like, I knew it.
Do it. You're taking it back, aren't you? It's right there. I didn't touch it.
I even sharpened it and polished it for you.
What makes it even better if Sebastian shows up with more stuff to give him for free.
You are my
I
weapon
would
receptacle.
rather die.
I don't want these anymore.
Hands him the Lawbringer. He would
What
have
did
a
he
heart
find?
attack. You're just like, gone. Done.
This is much better than my previous use of just tossing them off cliffs.
I think we need to understand the term entertainment value.
This item is too hot. Hold it for me.
Though, Sebastian will at least let him know. Do you do much hunting?
No, I'm a blacksmith, sir.
Okay. Well, this spear, if stuck into something, you can know where it is, even if the thing runs off.
Okay. He has
It also-
no idea what you mean, and he's just going to sit there and nod.
Either you can use it or sell it to someone who would. I would recommend selling it to a hunter. They would find use of it.
I'm sure.
Man, as soon as he gets that plus in, gone.
Are we done here? We're just gonna linger in the shop awkwardly.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The only social skill Sebastian has is intimidate, and I only gave him that because
You have done that very successfully
Yeah.
so far.
Just how he acts unnerves people.
Yes, it's because you're a fucking freak.
Yes.
Oh, I guess
I mean, we all are. So
maybe you could know the craftsmanship of this. And he'll pull off the katana from his belt and hand it to him. And he stops him from taking it for a second. He's like, don't touch the blade after it has been unsheathed for a couple of seconds.
I love this too. You're handing him a very cool weapon with another one still visible. Like, this isn't my best
I
chance.
forgot about one.
He's like, okay. And he pulls it out, and it's like a lightsaber when he pulls it out. He's just like looking at it. It's just like emanating light. Like, you guys are in like there's no. It's lit by daylight in here. It opens it, and there's just a fluorescent white light just emanating
The
from
Holy
inside
Grail!
this place.
Oh no, he turned on my happy light.
Exactly. And then like after about like 6 seconds or so, it just turns and there's just a really rusted blade, old and weathered underneath.
You know what's the funniest part is? Normally in these kind of situations, it's like the hero discovering the magical weapon for the first time as they unleash the blade, and there's this grandiose music playing.
I'm
And then you
curious.
get the beginner broken sword from fucking Dark Souls.
I'm curious, how much attention did the light from that sword attract? Because obviously, up until now, our antics have obviously garnered some attention.
Well, I mean, it's a rather busy place. No one can really hear you guys talk or anything like that. There's the pounding of anvils around. The light definitely has gotten some attraction from people. Everyone's like looking over at y'all now, and he's just looking there, and he just looks the most confused yet. He's just sitting there with a look that is a mixture between high confusion and slight disgust as he's looking at this blade. And he's like, it's in such terrible condition. He looks it open. He lifts it and kind of is like observing the blade.
I mean,
Never
they can
seen
kill
a
just
blade
about
like
anybody
this.
in like that first glowy strike, but then after that, I don't know.
It's just a regular katana after that.
Is this magic? He looks at you all.
Anna shrugs, he doesn't know magic.
I assume that it is
Squints and shaman.
it's first wrong. It seems kind of normal after a couple of seconds, though.
He just kind of shrugs and it's like, I don't know. All of them pretty much do something weird. So I wasn't sure if that's just what like fancy materials do to weapons, or if that's actually magic.
Yeah, it's always been something
glow.
I've been concerned with, and your confused look is very similar to first experiencing it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I guess it's a magic sword, huh?
He like sheaths it and opens it again, and it's shining, and he's like closes it,
I don't know if you need
opens
to
it.
repair it like the regular, or if you can.
Does it even run out?
Oh no, it just does like a bit of time where it fades.
It has a recharge period of like I think it's like 2 turns or whatever the hell it was.
I think it has to be sheathed for a full turn. I think is what it is.
Yeah, so like less than 4 seconds.
You just gotta do like the whole motion, otherwise it doesn't work again. Shit, it's really magic, huh?
He like plays like I'm sorry. This is beyond me in many ways. Thank you. He just like looks at it.
He kind of like grimaces at it. He's like, "That is fair. I thought I might check at least."
But you don't know like where it's from or anything, minus the.
No, I don't know where any magic swords are from. I'm sorry.
No, minus the magic, like the type of sword, or is that also magic?
It's not Hoff design. It doesn't even seem like it's northern, continent. It's there are not many single-edged swords up here. It seems inefficient.
Maybe all their swords are magic, so they only need one side.
I mean, it rusted well enough, so it must not have been of great quality.
No, that one just was in the stomach of something we killed.
I see.
He's so far beyond his pay grade.
It's like it's like he just met the Justice League, but in our world. It's a little beyond him at the moment. Batman comes out, is like, hey, look at this batarang. And you're just like, what kind of alloy is this? It's like kryptonite. What the fuck is kryptonite?
To be fair, he knew what 2 of our weapons were, and we had no clue.
Yeah, because they're normal-ish weapons, just made of, like, rare-ish materials. You hand him a
Yeah, and Fenwith assumed, like,
magic sword.
he's like, this sword glows in the light of the full moon, like the moon itself. And he's like, that's some Vitala shit. And then he picks up this other one that glows, and it's like suddenly like, he's like, okay, well now I see the disparity between the two. But to be fair, you didn't react crazy to that one, so I thought this was gonna be like, okay. So apparently we shouldn't hand him the sword that has like the soul of ice itself in it or anything. Maybe that would be a little beyond his pay grade too. Luckily, he doesn't know what the Lawbringer does.
He will need to make a physical resistance check or
To not
die.
have a heart attack. Alright, well, let's go sell this bow thing and see what else is in town while we're here.
You might be seeing business from us again. You seem like a good person. He smiles.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that a good thing?
He's in shell shock. He just can't handle everything that's just happened, and he's just gonna be a little retreated in on himself.
He's going to be dream about these swords.
As they leave, Anastasia bows to and thanks him. If I find any of those materials you mentioned, I will let you know.
I mean, thank you, but like I said, I still don't really know what I would do with it.
I mean, if it's lost, then somebody's got to refine it, huh?
Doesn't hurt to experiment. Maybe you'll come up with something even greater than what they created.
Yeah, sure. All right. Thanks for considering me.
Listen, there's 2 ways it goes. It's either a weird story that you tell for the rest of your life, or it's the beginning of your own hero venture. So, you know.
This guy doesn't understand. We're gonna make him make a compendium.
You
of
don't have a
weapons.
fucking choice. You are going to be a titled NPC next campaign. Phase 2, you're going to be whipping out swords that make fucking Matthew Gold jealous.
Some people are legend by birthright, others by experiences. This
Never mind. Actually, I really
experience.
don't want Ghoul jealous of the swords that he makes. We know what happened last time.
Yeah.
Let's keep him on the radar, but not on the Alliance's radar.
The radar.
Yeah, not that one. Not the radar TM.
This gives the advantage touched by destiny a whole new meaning. More like grabbed by destiny and forced to be their blacksmith.
I mean, luckily, Fenwith needs a
Description:
whole
you
lot of
throttled by destiny.
nothing. He ends up in a party with Sebastian Jr.
It'd be
as a
great.
weapon master.
I really, that'd be so much fun to play a character that's like, I became a really high level adventurer because a bunch of weirdos came into my shop and forced me to.
And my life kind of just spiraled wildly out of control. It's like my gnosis shot up by 15. Like, what the fuck?
They gave me a bunch of weapons they said were magic. I don't know. And then just weird things started happening. Now here I am.
I had a dream where
fighting
this
monster.
dragon showed up and started talking fucking Japanese at me and something about an ancient sword and its predecessor, and I gotta go get its twin fang to the other fucking sword they had. And now I'm on a venture. That's how it goes.
It's like in sci-fi when an advanced race uplifts like a less developed species. It's just the same thing, but with just some random dude.
I should have named him Dave.
No.
And who is our grand hero that enters my sanctum? My name's Carl.
Carl's
You
better.
can't do that. I've already had one Dave I've had to leave behind. Dave Thompson. I'll always remember you as
Oh,
the best
yeah,
friend I
the
could have
fucking-
had.
From
Who was
Black Panther.
terrified of me. He didn't accept my offer to go drink with the rest of us.
Yeah, it just, he He just become touched by destiny, and suddenly his name has changed. It's like I didn't used to be like Andorus. My name used to be Carl, but ever since I met this group of people, it's just like even my parents call me Andorus now. I don't know what's happened. Now my hair is pink. What the fuck's going on?
I don't use any product.
That's like a bard's cruel prank, right? It's just like you become a hero because a bard has changed your entire life story. Because they're level 20 and they have magic.
Fucking Aaron Black
Baybar.
walked in and went, sup, but for that guy.
Of course, we shouldn't have named him that. That was stupid of us. Changes everything.
My name has like alliteration now. Just suddenly both start with the same letter. They sound weird.
God, your name's gonna sound so good in a
No, it sounds
Wikipedia
like
article.
You know, now I'm tempted to actually play this blacksmith just to match up with Sebastian Jr.
This would be fun.
Fine, you know, you fuckers try that game and I'm gonna show up as the goddamn pigeon lord.
Saying this like it's a bad thing.
I'll show up as Bob.
It's Jack the Pigeon.
Yeah. Oh
Backpacks
my
galore,
god,
bitches.
that'd be so much fun to play a game that's just like the little seeds we've left along the way. It's just all like just things that are characters that have been made because of our actions.
Devin, you gotta pay the little girl from De La Carte from the possession,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
the
Her
poltergeist.
brother, he lived.
Yeah, you can play her as brother if you want to go like full edgy teenager
Or
who's like maybe has some
reformed
character development. Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
reformed edgy teenager. He's past the Anas stage.
Fair.
Anyway, after both ruining and making this poor blacksmith's day,
You've left, and his hair is now turned just stark white.
and there's like 3 people still. Oh, what was that? Magic sword.
You've turned him into an albino protagonist.
Sorry, man. There's only one way this ends. Trauma.
Sebastian's gonna come back to this place and like look, and it's all darkness, and he's gonna like call out for the person. All of a sudden, eyes snap open and they're red.
Anyway, so yeah, you get us the bow. You got your money to send to Mama. What do you do now?
Sitting Mom 14.
Throw it off the side of the mountain all the way to Anvil.
You know how ludicrous that sounds. I don't usually have characters who can just throw around 1,400 gold pieces.
You
Well-
learned your lesson apparently.
Well, it was either money, wife, or a kid somehow. And Anas didn't see any orphans running around, so...
I mean, he's probably gonna end up adopting a kid, and that kid is gonna go for a ride.
You just reverse Pokemon'd your mom and gave her 70k.
That's what's gonna happen, Alex. Sebastian's younger brother is gonna be running with the adopted brother or son of Alexi.
Oh, it's great.
Good luck.
That'd be awesome. Oh, actually, if we did that, they'd know each other because, oh, fucking course, Sebastian Jr. would become, like, go through the Frostgolier training. That'd be great.
Alright, but let's explore what else is down
Shenanigans
here.
suck. Beyond that, honestly, there's not too much going on in this town. It's one of its things it's most known for is its blacksmiths. Beyond that, and it's standard, rural mountain Scandinavian town.
Oh, you know what would be great? A thing that I haven't used in a while, and a system that you implemented, is I could go through the rumor mill of any dragons that happen to have been sighted and information on them.
You could, if you want to.
I shall.
I don't know what you plan on getting. It flew down and
That's
stole
true.
my cow.
Alright.
Oh, good. We know that dragons can now lift cows. Important
It's now-
information.
It's now at least 1 cow heavier. That might help Sebastian in some way, shape, or form.
Eureka. I've
We
played.
can use cows as bait.
Perfect.
And I don't think you're gonna get the cave location of any villager in this town.
What if he gets really good? What if he gets like a Zen roll? You know, my
I'm not gonna put that
grandpappy,
energy out
my
there.
grandpappy
I've
told
learned
me.
my lesson. I'm not putting that energy out there.
I need everybody to raise their hands for Spirit Bomb.
Lending you my energy.
I suppose you're right, though. I guess we wouldn't find
Dude,
any more
anyways.
information than we have.
I mean, you're free to do so. You're just gonna get a lot of the same, like, my cousin's wife's daughter said that, that'd just be his cousin's daughter. Well, anyway, said that
Yeah.
said that they saw the dragons over on the eastern side of Hildesheim, far in the valley.
My cousin's wife's daughter, because I don't believe that he ever laid with that woman for an instant.
Just start a whole divergent thread of just helping this poor guy. It's like Paul and Dave from Dragon Heist.
All right, well, let's give it a roll. Damn. Not fantastic, I'm afraid. Let's see.
Hi, Ripley.
Listen, they can't all be 475.
Yeah, it's only 175. I rolled a 15, unfortunately.
Ripley.
All right. Unfortunately, you don't find anything more than just the fact that Hildesheim in general has been having some issues with some of their trade routes to other places like Alberthol or Mullenheim. And it's predominantly just east of Hildesheim where the dragons have been seen. And you get reports that there is a blue one and a red one.
I think that was actually the one note I didn't write down researching dragons. Did Anas get an idea of how long it takes for their scales to change color for the climate they're in?
Don't know.
While Alexi's hunting through the rumor mill, does this place have any board games or books or anything to pass the time?
Yes, there are some toy stores here that you can go to. They even have a hat shop with all kinds of funny hats.
Hey, Finwith. Want to see some interesting hats that other people wear? Finwith stares off into space, and Les just goes off by himself and broods.
Sorry, I for just a moment let my eyes get comfortable off to the side, and I zoomed back into what I was pretty sure is you talking about hats?
Yeah.
How did we get to hats?
Are you okay, Vale?
How long was I out? How long was I gone?
I think you were gone for like 5 minutes or something.
How did we get to hats? What happened?
Honestly, I
What
was
did I miss?
asking if there's any like games in town or whatever. And I
Oh my
said
God.
that you find a toy store and you even find a funny hat store. You're just sitting there, we're talking to you, and you're just like,
No, my eyes are really comfy. I was about 40 feet through that computer screen. Off somewhere else. No,
He was
what the fuck
inviting-
did you say to me about hats?
He was inviting Finwith to go along to look at some weird hats.
I mean, I'll go with you, but I don't want a hat.
I never meant to purchase one, just look at the interesting designs.
How interesting can a hat be? Yeah, sure. Better than capes.
Spend a little time at the hat store marveling at all the strange hats, wondering the functionality of them.
See, I don't need a hat. I have a hood, and it's even got a pattern on it so that it looks like a face looking back. So that if anything creeps up on you when you're in the woods, it thinks you're already looking at it.
True.
Makes
and you can
things that
also...
try to jump you less likely.
Mhm. Well, you also grow fur, so...
I could not always turn into things.
Oh. What if they have a hat of something cool that you could turn into? Made out of something.
I would have to
Right.
know what it can do, though.
Oh, that's fair.
I could add some more regular animals, but at this point, I really just want dragon. I want to know what I can do with dragon.
That's fair. Once we're there with the hat shop, and ask us to buy something to pass the time for himself, since he doesn't read Hoff.
It is mostly all in Hoff, but there's some games that you kind of like recognize. They have like a bag full of dice, of a variety of sizes. No, not numbered of sizes. No, they're just different sizes. In fact, I have. Oh, I guess they do have some shapes as well. This is like actual Scandinavian dice made from wood.
What, you
These
just
are
want to
pretty
roll
cool.
bone knuckles or something?
I wasn't going to ask to use any of your stuff. This is mostly to keep myself entertained whenever we travel.
Oh, no, I don't have actual knuckle bone dice. I was just asking if that's what you were looking for this whole time.
Something, anything.
Maybe you should get a hobby.
That's what I'm trying to do. Because
Well, this is like
Alexi...
other people make the thing and then you do it. So maybe you should learn to make a thing. It would give you something to do. Do you want to learn how to carve?
guess it could be useful. I could try to brush up on my painting skills. It's been a long time since I've done that.
You can afford paints. Well, unless you're gonna go make your own, but I guess you could steal them, but you probably don't want to do that. We can make money.
His body replenishes blood fast enough.
Blood paintings, yay! How eccentric and niche.
It's like, well, Alexi gave me a book, but unfortunately, looks at the writing. I can't read this. Can you? Just hold up the book.
I recognize some of the runes as runes. He like pats a hand on your shoulder and he goes, "You remember I've explained how I grew up, right?"
True, but I wasn't sure if this was any of the stuff you knew.
Don't own books. Do you know what you don't steal from carts in the mountains? Books. I mean, unless you really need something to burn in the fire. It starts fires really quick.
Alright. He purchases the dice.
Okay.
If I could help you read it, I would.
Well, you guys have time. Roleplay to your heart's content.
Fenwith just feels bad about being illiterate now. There you go. Look what you've done.
He makes up for it, but at some point before they go to bed, he actually knocks on Finless's door. And he has a moment where he pauses like, I can't believe I'm asking this.
It's one of mine. Come in. Rustles with stuff.
Comes inside. Doesn't leave the door open for long, knowing how Finwith feels about the cave exterior. There's some hesitance before he's like, okay, how do you get your hair the way you have it?
What do you mean? Like the? I mean, you grow hair. Like you know that you just grow your own hair.
You know what?
Yours
Never
is
mind. Stupid question.
a different
I'll
color.
leave.
No. He like reaches out, like grabs onto like an edge. He's like, "Do you mean like the color or braids?"
Is that what they're called?
None of. Oh, yeah. No, I guess your family just keeps their hair cut kind of so
Cuts
the way.
or tied
Just
back?
pulled up.
My hair doesn't do that, unfortunately. Otherwise, this, and he just motions to the mop, would be a little bit more tame.
Yeah, I can show you how to braid your hair.
I appreciate it.
What kind of braid do you want? He gets this big grin.
His pride has been deflated. He's like, I don't know, you pick.
He just pats the floor in front of him. Here, hold on. And he rifles around for a bit and brings out some like leather cords, lays them next to one another. And he's like, alright, I'll show you how to do it to this, and then I'll do it on one side of your hair and you will do it on the other. It's a little harder. It's different to do it to yourself rather than someone else. But I'll try to teach you the best.
Okay.
Eventually you get it where you can just feel that it's even. And he settles next to you, and Finwith is going to teach you how to braid your hair at the sleepover. He
Is there
does
anything
also
I need-
ask if you want like charms in it as well.
I honestly don't think my hair can hold those.
You just have to grow it out more.
I mean, it's unruly now. I can only imagine how bad it will be once it's fully grown out.
I don't know. What do you wash it with? Do you like brush it out when you first like dry it?
Usually.
Maybe it's just because you leave it free in the helmet all the time. I will teach you how to take better care of your hair. This is sad. I'm going to assume that your family tried and just failed.
No, we have our own ways of taking care of our hair. The problem is that's supplies that you don't have up here in the mountains. So while I was in the mountains, it was just washed with snow.
Spoiled southerner hair.
Because back home there's oils and all of that to take care of it. It's not good to be carrying around that many glass bottles.
If you want to put some oil in your hair, you can go ask for some tallow. He just grins. You don't want to put animal fat in there? Tugs.
I think I'm good.
Just slather some butter all through your hair.
Yeah. It's fine. He's smart enough not to fall for the hazing.
Can't land on your head on concrete when you just slip when it lands.
But no, Finwith will go through like just some like more basic braids, but he seems to actually know like a bunch of different types. And he normally keeps his hair like pretty neatly braided back. It's like an almost like faux hawk like braid, and then the rest of it kind of tied to the side and some smaller braids along the side to keep it out of the way. And he doesn't undo them super often. But yeah, we teach you some. And then try to teach you how to braid your own hair, which never goes well the first couple times. So then it ends up just braiding it for you and then shooing you off.
Goes back to his room. Attempts. Like on a straight piece of hair to try to figure out what he's doing.
Hey, if you take the leather cords with you, Finwood doesn't stop you. You can go practice braiding.
He'll probably attempt it without the tie just to make sure he's got the motions correct. Then before it just gives up because his hair's not holding with the leather tie, so he just gives up and just throws it back with the rest of the loose hair.
Quality bonding moments at the sleepover. In the cave.
See, fellas out there, you can do each other's hair at your sleepovers too. It's not just a girls thing.
It's also a big burly Viking thing, because if your hair in shambles, like, who's gonna take you seriously? Come on. You look like a matty dog.
That's fair. Though, Sebastian gets a whole other wake up call.
Okay.
Boy.
Lexi's problem now.
Alright.
Oh,
We were
also we can
traveling
do
for a
this-
month doing some training. Let's see. Yep. There's early morning, just knock on your door, Sebastian. Does he answer?
You don't get a response for a little bit.
Is the door locked?
Actually, yes. Definitely yes.
Smart. Knocks again.
Takes a little bit, but eventually the door unlocks and it's Sebastian.
There you are. Are you ready for your proper training now? I did not have the supplies while we were walking, but you have a full week, and we will get you trained up nice and sharply into a proper frost collier.
It's too early in the morning.
It is the exact time for training.
How?
It makes you stronger.
How does getting less sleep make you stronger?
Because then you get used to fighting battles with very little sleep, while your opponent, on the other hand, not so much.
Alright.
Sound logic. Alright, so he brings you outside, and he has 2 buckets of water.
These are for me. You can use the shot glass.
That would be funny. No. It's like, alrighty. Now, down to mostly your britches. I will be kind this once.
You are making me do the Frost Collier training.
That we are. I have seen your strength, and I've seen it grow over the course of training with Anastasia, and now you train with me. We continue to make you much stronger.
He hides how upset he is about it. He hides it very well. And he does so. He will get down to his underwear for you. So you can pour water on him.
Alright. Do you feel safer with me pouring the water on you or pouring the water on yourself? Do you believe you will flinch if you do it on yourself?
The 2 buckets just float. And dump on him simultaneously.
Oh, one of those was for me. But if you want both, that is
Oh,
just
okay.
fine.
Whoops.
I love your initiative, though. And he smiles brightly.
I wanna make a just fun little composure check.
Fair.
That's very good. As it
DC
should
80.
be.
Hey, so while they're getting
200.
I forget the Latin for it. The freezing sickness, whatever. Do you want to try the stick thing? As he just sits back and watches this. There's no way he doesn't hear Alexi.
Sure, why not?
You're lucky your composure's so damn good.
It's true.
There is no reaction.
Do you have vulnerability to disease?
Yeah.
Cool. Make for me a physical resistance at a -40, please. Or no, it's half, right? Yeah, it's half.
Well, yeah, it's a disease check, so right. It is at
It
half,
is.
so I will be getting a nice 42.
Alrighty.
That's not bad, actually. Honestly.
Yeah,
That's pretty
you're,
good.
you're fine.
Cool.
You don't catch the common cold from dousing yourself in water,
Thank goodness. That would
nor
be
exhaustion
catastrophic.
or pneumonia.
Yes.
And now
I cannot imagine what sick Sebastian would be like. He'd be miserable to take care of.
I feel like it would be exactly like the necromancer that we had with us for the longest time. Hell Knight with us.
Yeah. Well, also, it would Sebastian. I don't think he'd let you take care of it.
Well, yeah, because he's already so prickly about, like, you being around him, but also he's like fucking dying as far as he's concerned.
But after you douse yourself and he beams with pride at you, he looks and he's like, "Alright, are you ready to figure out how to stay warm like a frost collier does?
I guess I have to.
Or you will die. But let's go." And he drags you, and you begin the frost collier workout routine.
Just looks at Finn with, how long do you think they'll last?
Oh, Lexi will be fine. It's not a they, it's a he.
Still, how long do you think he will last?
I don't know. Sebastian's actually kind of tough. I mean, he's obviously like pretty fucking scrawny. But he is good at pretending he's not about to keel over. I don't know. He can probably lie for as long as Alexi has planned for today, and then tomorrow I don't think he will be able to move. Luckily, he doesn't need to move his body to move. It probably should not move.
Sure, but what if he gets what humans get, those sicknesses?
I mean, I guess he will be laying in bed, and it will be good that we have about a week.
I really wanted you to get deathly ill after getting the bucket treatment.
It would be very
It
funny.
would have been really fucking funny. This will make you stronger.
Comes off of the
Psh,
pool,
instinct
fights a
cut to him
dragon.
in bed. Normally they don't get sick that too easily. You were wet for all of 2 minutes before you just crumpled.
I've never seen it like
Just out of
bacteria or virus have that quick an onset.
Just out of curiosity, could Sebastian roll an athleticism for me?
Five.
Okay.
My roll was eaten.
Well, you get about a 140 difficulty check workout. Let's go.
Yay.
He's not gonna be able to move for 2 days.
Oh, it doesn't use his legs every other time, so.
Hmm.
He's gonna be in more pain, though, if he doesn't stretch him out.
Hey, I gotta have him earn that Zen.
Alright.
I'd
so
say he
you
needs a
failed the
warm-up.
first check.
This is technically.
You lose a point of fatigue. Roll
Okay.
again.
Let me get a pencil. Thankfully, I don't have any fatigue penalties for this character.
Ooh.
Fair.
Because, you know, if I fuck up, psychic stuff. Less than 0.
Cool, you lose an hour for
Minus
fatigue.
14.
Roll again for me, please.
Good old 13.
You lose another one. Tell me when
Okay.
you hit 0.
Yeah, that's 3. Come on.
That was number 3.
I'm at 5.
How haggard do
Four.
you seem at this point?
Well, let's check composure. That's not as great. 163. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks still kind of normal.
Then Alexi keeps up the intensity.
Roll again.
Ooh, that's a good roll. That's 40.
That's another failure.
I'm at 3.
Roll again.
You literally have to explode dice.
31.
It's a failure. Roll again.
Can you explode with untrained?
No.
Minus 0.
Okay, you physically can't
Roll
do this.
20. And 0.
Cool. So, in about a minute, he passes out because his composure is so high that he keeps the exhaustion until he hits 0. And then he just goes out.
No, come on, get up.
Fucking motionless.
Alexi, don't tell me we need another heart.
I think he's breathing.
No, seriously, can you actually pull him out of the snow, please?
He doesn't make sure he's breathing.
You put your head against his body, and you just hear the worst gushing noise from his enlarged heart. It's just inside his body.
Well, he is alive, but I think I might need to turn down the workout. He seems to not have fared as well as he looked like he was doing.
Not's cringing from hearing the sound of the heartbeat not that far off. I could have told him that.
I mean, that's just Sebastian being stubborn. And Lexi being like, alright, well, he's fine, let's go.
Like, the other thing bringing Sebastian through is he is pure fucking willpower. So, he wants
As
to
someone who
somehow
has a
do
very
it.
similar issue, I guarantee that this is what happens.
Yeah.
He brings you in to rest it off a little bit. Warming you with the heavy winter blanket.
You're probably gonna be peeing blood for a week.
I take it back. He sucks.
But after the 6
But he
days,
didn't die.
you get a 10 in your athletics.
Oh, shit.
You're now officially trained.
Oh,
Does he
God.
happen to get a cold anywhere during those 6 days?
Oh no.
Do you want to roll for every day, or do you just want to take the first check?
I'd say one more roll. could be
Dragon
funny.
fight.
One more
Alright.
roll.
No more roll.
Okay. We can
Remember,
be sick
half
on
your
the dra-
disease.
the boss
Half your
dragons.
disease.
You suck.
51.
You get a mild cold, like halfway through the week. Your body, it's because your body is so exhausted that you just can't fight it off any longer. And you just come in Alexi one morning, and Sebastian opens the door, and there's just a glob of snot just coming down his face.
Hey, you finally got your first cold. You're doing better than some of the weaker members of the Froscalia. Proud of you.
I feel like I'm dying.
That is the first step to being able to live. That's the first step to being able to laugh in the face of death. Let us go again.
Door closes. Door closes and is latched.
Fair.
It's okay, Alexi. I'll train with you if you want.
Sure. I'll be happy to train you in the ways of the Froscalia as well. He smiles. I don't think Sebastian wants to do it while he is ill.
If you got a 40 or less, you were going to be deathly ill.
Oh no. Well, thank goodness I got a 50. I rolled a 9 on the dice.
Jesus.
I have my at least like my check is my bonus is 42.
Yeah,
So
you're a high enough character where you're getting by on sheer level at this point.
essentially,
What's funny is that I mean, you could technically go on longer now.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
technically
Theoretically.
could concede succeed at your training just once.
You can now open roll.
Yeah, plus 10.
Yep.
You have a 30% chance of success.
Better than 0.
It's better than 0.
Oh,
You
you
could have done it before. You just Oh no, you couldn't have because you were untrained. Yeah.
I'm untrained, or I was untrained in every athletic skill.
Swimming's a skill.
I can fly.
He can't levitate once. It only takes the once.
Just the once.
Alexi could also teach Fenwith in the making of techniques, because I know that was the thing that.
Yeah, they can duke it out in the training yard or whatever.
Okay. Well, on that note, why don't we go ahead and take a bathroom break? I've been skipping those a lot lately, and I need to get into a better habit of putting in a 10-minute rest break, at least for the sessions. And this one was a little long, but the roleplay was here, and I just didn't want to interrupt. So,
Getting back into character, it's been a while.
it's been a bit. So, thank you all so much for watching so far. We're going to be back in 10 minutes or so. Be back about 7:25 Pacific Standard, 10:25 Eastern. If you are liking what you like, please follow/subscribe on your platform of choice. And you can always go down to the Discord link down in the description or below the Twitch to join our community and possibly game with us in the future, as I always recruit there first for any of our future games. But we're going to go ahead and be back in just a little bit. Damn it!
Damn
No,
it.
We were in the bathroom the whole time.
What do you want?
I just asked!
I said I'm actually gonna go use the bathroom.
He was lulled by considering the siren song of pickle juice.
Maybe I'll go get a glass of else not by themselves on that.
Hey, at least I don't make pickle juice like popsicles.
Gross.
Uh,
The texture's always weird with those. It doesn't match the flavor.
No. Pickle juice or bust. We know what Alex
it's the
thinks.
same like visceral reaction to like seeing like SpaghettiO ice cubes. It's disgusting.
I mean, yeah, I'm not a fan of pickle popsicles. But pickle juice I love.
Mm-hmm.
I like pickles. This is just stronger, better pickle.
I was actually surprised with the Lay's pickle flavor. I was actually surprised with how it turned out.
I normally leave chips alone. Like, they're already good business. Why mess with a perfect thing? And then I was like, I really hate Lay's potato chips. I don't really care for them. They're kind of boring. And then I got a hold of baked Lay's potato chips, and I'm like, these are also boring, but their texture's a lot funner. So I like those.
Best potato chips are like the kettle chips. The specific
best-
type that are fucking great.
Best combination: pretzels and Doritos. Eat those two together. Just give it a shot. Try to make it a roughly equal amount of Dorito to pretzel. You won't be disappointed.
The one downside with the kettle chips that I really like is they're loud as fuck because they're very crunchy. And so that's the chips. That's why, like, whenever we played game, like, just actually, I usually have them. Whenever we play video games, I mute my mic so it's not just deafening crunch.
Alright, are we now ready for 30 minutes of roleplay?
Yeah, I'll put away the pickle juice for you.
Disgusting.
Ooh, look how much red's down there in the bottom. Delicious seasonings.
Anyway. So,
Christmas
I
time.
was
with
actually
all
a little concerned when he said that.
No,
Like,
it's just,
this
it's
sounds
just the
really
spices.
bad.
It does. It does. Look how much red's in the bottom of that, honestly. To something everybody, no one else can see it. No one else knows what it is. Everybody else is out of context. Nothing in that should be red. No, it's just the spices.
anywho. So, Sebastian gets sick, gets cured in no time. Quality bonding
And-
time.
Walking stick for Anasa's sword.
Okay.
Do you want to do for the sword or the people themselves?
We have 6 days.
Was first going to do it for like the where the peoples went after the like volcano erupted, and try to figure out like where we would be most likely to find them in the peak of the world.
Didn't we ask someone already? I'm trying to remember.
No.
On a history roll I did, but I don't know if...
Well, I think you got something like
we asked
Olin.
Olin, but also...
I still think we got a really vague answer, like it was somewhere off to the side of Hoffman here, like was it closer to the sea or something?
Yeah, I think it was closer to the sea.
Past the like
We-
Castle of Midnight.
We talked to Gerd Gladysong, Storvich's sister, and current leader of that house of NR. But we haven't asked the walking stick yet that I'm aware of.
Okay. I just remember the information has been slightly parsed out anyway. I just couldn't remember from what source.
Yeah, we got like a general region and something really vague.
Alright then. Which room do you wish to use the walking stick?
Sorry, I had to not get anything. And wherever we just
Not
happen
get
to be.
any dice-shaped
And I don't.
objects or anything like
Shut.
that.
Shut. It's all good.
There's definitely not a green tint on the corner of your camera.
What about a green tent?
I think there's a green tint at the corner of your camera. I might be
Kind of.
mistaken.
A little.
Alex trying to live with the decision that somebody just drank pickle juice.
No, it's not like the light is shining through a pickle jar, illuminating me in the glory of our pickle overlords. Jesus Christ, Devin. No, but I have my dice now. Yes, we get it, Cameron. Haha.
In good news, Celesta's come out of the room and she's feeling much better now.
Oh,
good.
sweet kitten. Acers. Still lazy fuck.
Still a fat lump.
I don't know where Ripley is.
Nothing concerning in that statement.
No, of course not.
Believe it or not.
It doesn't matter which room. Just so long as you have something to take notes with if you need to. Otherwise, remember it, because Finwith fucking won't.
Yeah, he's got some writing stuff.
So, ask one of trying to track down where the, I'm not gonna butcher it like Devin. You know what I want. You know what I say.
All right, so it's a question.
What do you think the best wording's probably?
Think straight to the point. Where did they go?
So, where did the, we say it?
Vergulum?
I could have sworn you said it different last time. Okay.
Forget our meter.
1 second.
Got posted in general if it helps.
It's just below the kitty, I think.
It's above
just
the kitty.
above the kitty. Below the definitely not betraying their PC's GM.
I'm in the wrong section. The Vergelmir. That's what it is. Geralmir. Vergelmir. H is silent.
Where in the north did the Erfgermir go after the eruption?
Okay. One's going to be... I guess technically a history. It's not an occults this time. Plus 100.
Uh, 150.
Type in chat. Okay. As you ask the question, the opposite of the fire, you see a twisting shadow that eventually forms into what looks to be a relatively large person. They must have wild hair, as it takes up a large part of their profile, and they seem to be banging away soundlessly, presumably on an anvil. When the shadow speaks, you see mist or vapor, some black cloudy substance kind of emanate from their head and then disappear. And it says, "The great smiths were sundered by that day. Few remain, and their sons and daughters now hide amongst the mountains, great, tall, and long. But smithing is in our blood, and you will always be able to find one of our kind near a forge." And that's all you get.
And Nas repeats once Finwith comes to.
Well, got to work this time.
You always find one near a forge. I wonder if that boy might be a descendant. He's the only one that knew of what it was made of.
I mean, he said he learned from his grandfather. He didn't say any of them, I don't know, if they're supposed to look different or anything. And they didn't say any secrets. Maybe there's somebody else we missed here, or they just mean a forge somewhere else.
Maybe.
The ship had, like, the heat vision thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe the temple can find it. Maybe it can see good enough to find a forge fire in the mountains. Everything else is so cold.
Maybe. We'll have to deal with the dragons first before we do that.
You know, you have
I'm
some more days
curious.
here if you want to look closer, or you can see if Alexei can ask if the king knows anything about special smiths. If you're going to keep smithing, maybe you would want it to be used.
I'm actually curious. Because the only thing that's odd about the entirety of the conversation with that, and I know I keep going back to the boy, but up until now, all we've heard about them have been stories that they were sundered by the gods. He was the first one to say it was because of what they were mining that caused the explosion.
He shrugs. I don't know anything about mining, and it can be both.
True.
There are lots of
It's just-
stories of people reaching too far. Pride gets the best of you. Sometimes the gods don't have to do it to teach you. The fates don't always have to intervene.
True, but I meant more from the fact he didn't approach it from a fairy tale story. He approached it from someone practical that practiced the craft. It's the only thing that's different in those conversations from any other blacksmith.
Maybe his grandfather worked with them. If his grandfather was always a smith here, maybe there's one hidden here.
Did we want to ask questions about his grandfather then?
I mean, he said he died and he hadn't said too much about him. So, I don't know. You could ask where his grandfather's from, but If anyone were going to know, I would think it would be the chieftain. Lexi might be able to ask. And if it's no, then it's no.
I'll think about it. Either way, it's not high up on our priorities. Let's deal with the dragons first before anything else. Another
Okay.
thing we could do is see if we can learn anything more about dragons from your walking stick, maybe?
I mean, we already learned a lot about them from the temple thing.
True. It's just an idea. Because that relies, what can I only guess is stored memories somehow. Because I didn't see any books in there.
I definitely don't know how that works if I don't know how mining works. That thing is weird. Huff.
What if we asked a warrior the best way to fight a dragon? That's not something we typically asked the library.
Yeah, I can spend the next couple days trying to ask things about the dragons.
Anything tactics, an idea for a fight plan, anything that could aid us.
Yeah, we'll give it a try. I'll make sure one of you is around though.
Good luck.
And then if Anas doesn't say anything to Alexei literally that day, then Fenwith will go to Alexei.
Oh wow.
Anas is doing that thing where he doesn't ask for help again. Could you ask your chief or king or whatever if he knows anything about the Bergemir? Amazing smiths or whatever.
I mean, if we do as well against the dragons as I know that we're going to, could be a possible favor after dealing with the security issue, yeah?
Why would you have to do it first if he can just answer now? Would he not want his fighters to be better? I mean, if he tells you no, then that's just a no. Or he decides you have to deal with the dragons first. Don't give him a requirement.
I suppose that is fair. Sure, I could check.
Maybe he'll know something.
Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Nas is just sitting in his room pondering how the heck he's going to approach this. Maybe it's a dead end. Should he pursue this?
Oh, do you want to listen to an answer about dragons tomorrow? Maybe.
Sure. Any information that we could get on our foe can only be beneficial.
Sebastian will probably want to hear it too. Alright, you can ask anytime, I guess. But I'm tapped for the day. Hat stick.
Where's that skinny man? He starts marching in direction.
And Nas just hears Sebastian's room over, just bolts, just suddenly locking the door from a sinking feeling.
Wrong skinny man. But he's better safe than sorry.
That's fair.
He feels Alexei looking for weak prey.
Alexei has sliced through steel doors. Your wooden door does not stand a chance.
If you just tried to use your mic, I caught it from theirs, not yours.
Yeah.
Oh,
you go there.
my bad. Maybe I didn't push down all the way. I said,
No, Cameron.
oh.
Good catch. I mean, all I said was anyway, so it's all good. Looking around, it doesn't take too long to find the attendant, I guess. Whomever he is, you haven't been formally introduced. He is kind of sitting out in front of that hallway that leads to the king's chamber, kind of looking over some paperwork.
Excuse me. As he will march up.
Yes, Froscolia. What can I do for you?
One of my contingent has been wondering about some lore, and I wondered if it might be available of the Hevelmir, the great smiths of Muspelheim.
I've heard stories about them, sure, but unfortunately they're relatively unknown. Supposedly one of your kin has had dealings with them before. What was his name? I believe it was...
I hope it's the asshole.
Mr. Hackinson. No, not Hackinson. No, yeah, it was Hackinson. Soren Hackinson.
Because his axe is built by them, right?
Yeah. So he says.
Oh, Soren then.
Yes, I believe he's actually here now.
Oh, good. And then there's like a grimace on his face as he realizes who they're talking about, and then nods and he goes, "Thank you very much. I appreciate your help."
Of course, no worries, Roscolier. Whatever you need.
Where would this Soren be staying, by chance?
He gives you the direction to his room. This castle hosts 50 rooms for guests, and all down various hallways, so it's easy to get lost.
And they're all horrible games.
He nods, and then he marches over, and he gets to Anastasier's room. And you just hear, thump, thump, thump.
Try like a chair scoot across the floor suddenly after like the first hit. And he materializes from the shadow from under the door. What?
I have good news. Despite your unwant to ask for help, a bird has told me that you needed some, and I found some good information.
Cocks his head to the side a little bit.
As he doesn't want to sell out Fenwith outright.
Everybody
more
thinks
so.
a little bird told me. Thinks about the very big sometimes bird, who is the only person who has been like, you should ask a thing.
He started, and then he was just like, "Oh, I don't know if this is okay." So he like tried to hop over it, but failed miserably.
It's fine. What's a Nos really gonna do to him? Pout?
That's fair. It seems that one of the Frostcollier has had, or their family at the very least, has had dealings with the Hoffermir.
Oh. I was actually thinking how to proceed with that.
It would be, Soren Hackinson. And, oh wait, maybe that wasn't him. 1 second. He might not be the one that I...
He's not the asshole. If
No, he's not the asshole.
Okay.
I know the asshole's name started with an R.
It is, from my understanding, that their family weapon might be built by them.
Okay, worth a shot. You actually saved me some time. I was actually thinking how to look for someone.
Even better news, I got directions to his room.
Lead the way because this place is a fucking maze.
Go team.
Very well. And he'll lead Anastasia to there.
All right. You wind through the various tunnels until you eventually get to the door.
And he'll knock. A jovial Frostcollier knock.
All right. You do so. After a few moments, the door opens, and there before you is another Huff individual, similarly big as Lexi. He seems to be just wearing like his undershirt at the moment, and you can tell that he is very muscular, very well trained, and he gives off a very militaristic, like, imagine running into like a Navy SEAL while he's like in active duty, like overly buff, overly fit, short haircut, light brown hair. It's pretty much exactly what this guy looks like.
So pretty much all the Frostcollier. I mean, these guys eat rocks for breakfast, pretty much.
It's pretty much what they all look like, yeah, to be fair. But with him answering the door, we're going to have to leave it off for the session.
I didn't even get to ask heroes about killing dragons.
Next session.
Next session. Took a little time getting back into character, doing some roleplay stuff, so.
We just had fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a fun roleplay to really I guess fully remember how to play these characters.
Got some
think I-
fun ribbing back and forth.
Yeah.
I think everybody has always considered what it would be like to drench Sebastian in a bucket of water.
I'd say so. People say, just that phrase, like, weighs such and such soaking wet. Now we can know.
I'd say the curiosity of knowing how much he weighs soaking wet. The person I always wanted to dunk in ice cold water just to see if it knocked some sense into him was Arthur and Garvey and Eric.
Yeah. Bunch of
All of Alex's characters.
Google would probably just you would splash him, and then he would just kind of look like a drowned puppy, and you'd be like,
Yeah. No, I feel bad
feel bad.
now.
Yep.
Next character I play is a tank, so don't worry. Breaking the
Can't make
wall.
fun of you for being scrawny. You can make fun of one of us for being scrawny.
Nah.
Unless we all roll up with tanks.
Muscle party.
Jock Party 2.0.
This is all
The actual
yeah.
jocks. Anywho, interpretation. I think you guys did pretty well today.
We had a lot
Had
of
some good roleplay moments.
non-stop role playing despite accomplishing nothing. It was pretty much non-stop.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and give you guys about 15 experience points. 3 experience points for being here today, 1 for Anastasia.
Freaking nature.
No good ideas or plans per se. There's no challenges ready to overcome. So, similarly, no difficult actions.
Well, I mean, somebody literally couldn't succeed. But
I mean,
didn't.
that's
It's
true.
difficult.
But that
By
was player
definition, a difficult
imposed.
action. What? Difficult action doesn't mean, it was still difficult. It doesn't take away the fact it was hard. You should give me 11 XP is what I'm saying. That's my point here.
No.
No, and
Done.
now we're not allowed to give any player awards to him
What?
so
No.
that he gets
I
11.
take it back. It was easy action.
No combat awards. The face award goes to.
I mean, Alexi had his speech with the king.
Do an
Yeah.
actual face
Yeah,
check.
I would have to say it has to go to Alexi.
He
I
even
mean, you-
rolled.
I had to roll, so it's the most face.
And he clutched a 2-8. So,
2.
The utility award Guess goes to Finwith for being the.
I used a walking
Stick
stick,
of
got
knowledge.
your mom some money, and I taught someone to braid their hair. Finwith's
That's
on
true.
a weird roll, but a roll nonetheless.
This party has 2 brain cells. One goes to the stick.
One-
Sometimes
to the
has
stick.
one.
It trades between the 4 of us for very specific things. Anas has some like actual learning. Sebastian has tactics. Alexi has people skills. And Finwith more emotional intelligence for people. Be like, maybe you guys are being kind of mean. Have you considered being friends with people? If you can't punch the person, then you should probably just be friends with them, right?
With our powers unite, we take the form of a single functioning member of society.
Yes. Who can turn into a 20-foot tall bear man?
Always have to add that part in.
Of course.
It's just stupid fucking anima shit.
It really is.
So if I was combined with Anas, imagine how terrifying it would be for like that high of a movement speed on that big of a creature that then can go intangible temporarily.
Not even that. You could even use the shadow step to just step in front of them.
Rips out of a shadow into a 20-foot tall bear man. That's where we go. Covered in ice, just like ice armor and claws, a bunch of floating ice shards all around it. That's our final form. Our Voltron is a fucking nightmare.
It is horrifying. I can't even imagine what would be any
Shadow
kind of
ice
contest for you guys
psionic
in this
bear.
game.
Awful.
That aside, the pity award pretty sure goes to Sebastian. You
suck.
tried so hard and then you just got sick. Working out is inefficient. It has only made my immune system worse.
And your heart is gross.
Yeah.
And your heart is gross.
Yeah.
It gets grosser when you're working that hard and it's like beating extra hard.
Especially for the Vital that can hear your heartbeats a little bit more keenly than the others.
You have a gushy heart.
Pity award for your gushy heart.
On the bright side, you don't have poor circulation anywhere.
There's that.
You can feel your heartbeat in the very tips of your fingers.
I'll take that.
You now have the gooeyest center of the party, and not in a good way.
Ugh.
Finwood's the heart of the party, but you're the heart of the party.
Your heart beats enough for everyone in the party. Anywho, player nominations and or kudos.
There was a lot of good stuff this session.
Yeah, once we like got in character partway through, it was very, very good.
Alright, so ignoring the laughs, like out of character of Alex's reactions, I do want to say we were in perfect sync at the blacksmith when he's like, I mean, if a child came at you, you couldn't fight them off with the sword. I just immediately was like, do not say that you could kill a child anyway. Just close this mouth.
That was pretty good.
You already knew what I was gonna do. I already knew
Yeah.
what you would have done.
Yeah.
Allowed the chance to speak. So
I think-
thank you for playing with that perfectly.
I think you all deserve player awards for the blacksmith kid. You all had your own weapons to bring to the situation, or slightly unnerving things to say to this normal human in front of you. He's just like, what the fuck is this? Is this magic? It's like, oh, I guess it is magic, isn't it?
Shit. Completely nonchalant, like, oh shit, you know what? I didn't even consider it. All the rest of our weapons do such weird stuff. I kind of just thought weapons did that. Not like I use them, really.
I'll get the high player power award.
That guy's gonna be legendary in the next campaign. I just know it.
We just start dropping off, like, super rare materials. He gets HelloFresh packages. But it's HelloForge.
We brought you dragon scales. Fresh.
Oh, hold on, this one's still got some meat on it. There you go.
Ruin this man.
Oh my god. Sebastian taking both buckets It's just like, I have to roll composure real quick after Alexi's like, oh, one of those are Sabrina, but I enjoy your enthusiasm.
How bad do you look? Let me roll a composure real quick.
You know what, for Sebastian, your composure rolls, for better or worse, have been solid throughout the session. You know, whether you're just like, no, I can handle this training, and then immediately passing out from overexhaustion.
In a minute.
In a minute.
Casual reminder, everyone here's a freak of nature.
Good old atrophied muscles. Who needs them anyway?
That entire scene where Sebastian's like, do you have anything against or for the Inquisition?
Do you have any... I think it was like a legal fucking contract.
Pretty much, just that entire spiel, and the boy's like,
It's like you were
Southerners?
asking a potential juror,
Yeah.
do you have any connection to the accused before
Connections,
Love or
relationship or positive opinion of the Inquisition. I think I've
those are
heard of
those
them.
weird
Good answer.
witch burners, right?
Good answer.
Good
Here
enough.
you go.
Don't, by the way, tell anybody that you held a lawbringer. Not that I doubt the Inquisition's fucking coming up here for much.
If they
They're
come,
about
just-
to be really busy in a couple arcs.
Fair.
Besides, if they came up here, they'd get their ass kicked anyway. If not by the wildlife, then by the frost crawlers at some point.
We'll kill one of the dragons, and the other one will like have it death's door and be like, all right, listen, here's the deal. You can live if you promise to just beat the shit out of literally any Inquisition you find. You see one of those motherfucking tabards walk in through the borders? Maul that shit. Eat them whole. Horse too. Lawbringers. I don't care if you replace your fucking teeth with lawbringers. Actually, that would be super fucking savage to do. Imagine a dragon with like all of its teeth replaced with lawbringers. Imagine how fucked up that'd
That's
be.
a giant ass loot goblin, is what you're telling me.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you could kill it and pry those out, but it can also bite you with 70 loot bringers or some shit, or lawbringers.
Loot
Loot
bringers.
bringers.
Is the loot bringer.
They are loot bringers.
They're just dumping gold coins.
Just the
dragon is a loot bringer.
It's just the tabletop version of Santa Claus. I am the loot bringer. If you're a good,
If you can slay me, you can have my loot.
Oh, it's like in any game you see like that one loot character, like the little dragon.
Like when we're in gunfire and we see that fucking lizard, it's like, beat the shit out of it, quick!
Or like that weird little, there's like a weird little rat thing in Diablo. Any of that stuff.
Yeah. There's like the phase beasts and torchlight.
Yeah.
Before we get too sidetracked.
Yeah.
Anastasia just being that moody teenager. It's just like, I'm never gonna. Well, you could always ask Alexei. I will never ask your help ever. Hides in room.
He wasn't trying. He was contemplating what to do next. He was trying to be logical about this.
Finwith, it is illogical to do this. My logic states, I need no thing. Somebody might know thing. I know somebody who can talk to that somebody. Hey, somebody I know. Can you talk to that somebody? I need to know the thing. Yeah, sure. And then in like 5 minutes, you got a lead.
Sometimes you overthink things.
It's alright, that's like the D&D character way. You spend like 30 minutes trying to get past a door. It's the one door that's not trapped.
Yeah, 30 minutes to get past a door, no one checked the doorknob. Like, it's been unlocked the whole time.
Or better yet, it's the enemy that someone faked their death on us one time, so then we just murked the shit out of the body.
Yeah, gotta be careful. Double tap. Sometimes triple, quadruple tap. Just be safe.
Hey, go for the Vernala school. Always have a magic missile. 1, 2, 3 death saves. Gone. Done. Perfect. False life this, bitch. Shit. Is there anything else?
Let's see.
Go ahead and take play roll for that, Anastasia. Yeah, I like the questions you were asking today. You were asking some very good questions.
That and
may
just
or may
like
not implicate a poor NPC in future sessions or games.
that and just like the hair, like learn to
That
braid
was-
hairs.
The braiding
that was
thing was very
great.
good. I think Finwood deserves one for that as well. That was really, really good.
I thank you. He's proud of his hair care, right? It's the Viking way.
And for Lexi for taking Sebastian through the ringer. Always being the "let's work out, comrade."
It's just so sad. Finwith threw you directly under that oncoming snowplow that is Alexi. Casual reminder, someone skipped out. Hey, buddy.
What's that Inhumanity and Zen?
We got to get you to those levels.
I think I could get it soon. Is the thing too? 'Cause I have 140 martial knowledge right now.
You should be able to actually buy Inhumanity and Zen already.
I should. I just wanted to.
If you have use of key already, anyway.
Yeah, I need a use of key.
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
even gotten any of it. I just wanted a character reason. That's all.
No,
Yeah,
you
no,
have
that's
a,
fair. I've done
Oh,
that
you
too,
have-
so I can't say anything.
you have 140, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
As
you
of
have enough.
Yeah, you could get it then.
I think I do. Yeah.
So, whenever you think is a character apt enough moment, like you can go ahead and break your limits.
Yeah. And you need key control to get Inhumanity and Zen, right?
Nope.
No.
I'll double check.
Because I thought you
Just
did.
use of key.
Because it's all these like fucking like brackets and shit.
Key control actually allows you to make techniques.
Okay, because I don't want to do
Its
that.
main function.
I don't care about techniques.
Yeah, I don't think you actually even need it for some of like little basic benefits. No, you need it for like stuff like the damage up and more range, stuff like that.
That's President's extension and ore extrusion anyway. For
Yeah.
to get increased damage and stuff.
I can't use. Presence
Use of key also allows you to. I think you need it to do the body multiplication.
Yeah, you need it for all of those like actual like abilities, like active stuff. You need use of key for that.
And I
But
can't
a lot
use
of the passive
presence
stuff you don't need it
extrusion
for.
anyways since I don't touch my weapon. So I got a bunch of key early on, like or at least a chunk of it. Like I spent for some because I thought I could get presence extrusion, which I cannot. But I think my
You can. The thing is, your damage isn't based on that. It's based
Yeah.
on your technique or your ability. Like it tells you the base damage for your aim or something like that.
because I add my willpower.
Clearly, we should just stage a training thing between Sebastian and Finwith, and both have them break Zen at the same time. Ripples of power wake Earth.
Didn't you unlock Inhumanity in a story event though, Alex?
Only for psychic stuff.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
It's not actually Inhumanity. It's only for psychic stuff. It's a form of it.
Okay.
I want to be able to get Inhumanity Composure or Inhumanity Tactics. Because I'm getting really close, because I now have the 280 cap, because I have 240 on my Tactics.
Verified, you only need use of key. You do not need key control.
So I'll get that eventually.
So yeah, you easy can buy them all.
Yeah.
It's got
But,
a sick
all right.
training montage.
Any other nominations in or kudos?
I swear there's another one. There's a lot of good spots, so I have to think for a second.
We just need a good one other session of like solid role play before we fight the dragons, and then I'll be level 12.
Nice.
I'm
God, this is gonna be
32
the
away.
highest level game I've ever run for Anima.
Huh.
You guys are higher level than the Arbiters.
Yeah.
You're gonna play in the Arbiter game.
Yep.
It's good. It's good that this is the game where I play the one character that I would say wants to get to that godly level. So other characters, I don't think they would.
All right. Well, we have nothing else to add.
I actually do small kudos. The whole superstition, poor Finwith, a minor pity kudo, because you're now stuck in a cave for like the next 6 days for living quarters.
That was a pretty great conversation too. I enjoyed it.
You tried to say that he hadn't been loud about the cave that killed me. It's like, no, I promise you. His cave superstition has come up quite often. He's normally just not this loud about it because normally he's not being forced to live in a cave for a prolonged period of time.
Well, you're not
fair.
forced. Technically, you guys could just go stay at an inn if you really wanted
Yeah.
to.
But he
And
doesn't think that they would go and he would feel really alone.
and I know at least on Sebastian's side, he's known that Finwith is uncomfortable by caves. It's just only now that he is given a shit about Finwith to ask. So or actually take part in it. Now he likes Finwith, so there's a reason to like talk about it.
That's fair.
And also then they explained their reasoning and they had some good points. Honestly. They are kinda right.
That entire conversation was fun, where it's like Alexi going, "No, there's nothing wrong with caves," and then all three of us going, "Yeah, there is."
Actually, now that we think about it, we've had quite a few shit fights in caves. I don't think I've ever walked into a cave and gone, "Oh, that was a pleasant experience. Nothing bad happened."
My entire horrible childhood happened in a cave. I
mean,
agree.
think about
Horrible things
every
happen in
RPG
caves.
game you've ever seen.
That's what I was thinking about too. Like every RPG, not even just like any video game,
Yeah.
any like just fantasy movies. Some horrible shit happens in caves.
Some type of mini boss is in the cave. It's some optional fucking loot or a MacGuffin at the end, but there's gonna be at least, if you're lucky, a mini boss or some like weird enemy that specifically is only in caves.
In all those caves in Skyrim that like you go through and it leads to like a Draugr, like den,
You're not gonna
fucking
fucking
dwarven
Karen.
ruins,
That was
all that shit.
admittedly the only horror experience in Destiny that me and Karen experienced was in a cave. More so I experienced. Karen just heard like the guy over the radio being mauled by something.
It's fair. All right. Well, it was a great session back. We got into character, had lots of roleplay moments. You
Finwood
guys
was right.
finally have are getting there. We're almost at the meeting with all the Froscalier. I'm very excited for that. And you got some information on Anastasia. You know, Anastasia, get a fucking player award for character growth. You've been asking about that sword literally from the beginning and have not found a single person up until this point.
True.
I don't think there's any other, like, anyone else who deserves that award more than you. Because, my God, it's been like every city. Hey, do you know what this is? That's a fucking big-ass sword. It's like, yeah, that's what the last guy said, too.
How the fuck do you swing that? Yeah, that's also what they said.
No, wait. The next thing you're gonna say is
You're way too scrawny to be slinging
Is
that thing
another
around. You're like
Jojo
15.
reference?
No, don't bring it up. Don't bring attention to it. You smother it. Cameron, look at both of them. Both of them are giggling now.
I'm more giggling because I'm looking at Alex trying to hold it together.
Anyway, thank you all so much for being here. If you've enjoyed, we do Anima every Monday, or at least we try to, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Come check us out. We're one of the few, if not only, English channels doing it. So, you literally, this is the one place. We got the monopoly. You can't beat us. We
Unfortunately,
can't be topped.
Alex is here. But
I would say fortunate because he's great for content. So many clips. Oh yeah, coming up in like a few weeks as well. We'll be having the 1 year anniversary of Bella Gamer really kind of going full time. We're gonna have a bunch of clips put together into a nice video. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get that done and worked on. Very, very excited. We'll be back tomorrow with some Pathfinder, and Pathfinder the day after that. If you want more Pathfinder, you can go to my YouTube and check it out there. Beyond that, thank you to my players for being here and role-playing with me here today. And we're going to go ahead and say goodnight. So say goodnight, everyone.
Night.
Good night.